Hello everyone, how are you all? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Just finished up playing some D&D like an hour and a half ago, a little over that. Yes, happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. By the way, guys, let me know if you can hear the fan I have right here, if it gets too loud. I don't have a ceiling fan in this room, so I have this little desk fan. Don't want it to be making too much noise, you know? So anyway, yeah, I mentioned playing D&D because I used that background. And then I'm like, oh wait, why do I need to download like a Darksiders background? This image is from Darksiders 2. This is like Kingdom of the Dead concept art. Why would I not use this? And then, you know, got an Elden Ring track in the background. Anyway, I'll give people a few minutes to hop into the stream. And take that opportunity to do some promo on other people's servers. And you guys out there play Ultra Kill? That P2, that weight of the world sure is something, huh? Oh boy, is it something. And then I open up the stream on my phone so I can see if it starts buffering or something. Because YouTube Studio is not very fucking accurate. And I'll keep my phone plugged in for that purpose. And voila! Now I get rid of the big me here and replace it with square me. Ooh. And then, you know. Oh wait, Discord icon. Oop, there it is. I love Discord icons. One of the most convenient things Clover's ever shown me. They're wonderful. Not alone. But Horseman. I like stories that have a happy like. I like those too, Griever. I like getting likes on my stuff. And we're already at 7. We had 6 before the stream even started. It's that easy. Who knew that when you, you know, schedule a stream like 24 hours in advance, people will like it ahead of time. It's truly incredible stuff. Anyway, like any responsible streamer, I should probably make a list of stuff to talk about. If only I could remember how to open Notepad. There it is. Alright, now I have a few conversation topics. Chilled says Darksiders is the mixing pot of many game concepts to be one of the poggest game series I've ever played. I do believe that is the first time I've ever heard the adjective poggest. That's a new one. So yeah, I suppose we'll just wait on Griever. And then we can begin. Oh, and I should probably look up Hunt Showdown was originally intended to be a spiritual successor to Darksiders? Fascinating. I feel like I've heard of this game, but I know nothing about it. Oh, we're waiting on me? My bad. No worries, we're in no rush. I saw you were in the stream, VC, and I didn't want to keep you waiting. But then I saw you left, so then I was like, oh. Hello,
Yo,
gamer. How are you?
what's up? How's it going? Misc content. Wow.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. We're talking some Darksiders, and I hear you even have a notepad of topics.
I literally just decided to write it out. It's not like a bunch of topics. It's just kind of like basic organizational stuff.
But still, man, that's some professional level shit. You're actually thinking ahead for once. Jesus.
I mean, I just wrote it like 2 minutes ago. So
Still works. Still works.
2 minutes ahead. Better than nothing, I suppose.
Cool.
How have you been?
I've been pretty good. I was actually a little disappointed today. Both two bad things happened today, but they're gonna even out. They're gonna even out just fine. But
that's good.
I had a stream last night playing some Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden I got like raided. And I had like 30 people in there and like 200 views. And I was like, all right, this is actually without nobody chatting or whatever. I said, this is one of my most successful streams and I'm pretty happy. Those numbers might seem small, but I'm very happy, blah.
I mean, 30 concurrent viewers. What did you say?
Yeah.
That's nothing to fucking scoff at.
No, not right. So then I go into the analytics today and yeah, it's showing none of that happened. And
so YouTube Studio lied. I think I've actually had that happen before where it said there was like 30 something people in and the like Studio Analytics never showed that happened.
Yeah, and what bothers me is that it wasn't like a glitch for like 10 minutes. I'm talking 2 hours.
Yeah. I usually have the opposite problem where a stream will, well, not usually, more often I have the problem where YouTube Studio or like the PlayStation streaming tells me I have like 1 or 0 concurrent viewers when there are like 3 people talking in the chat, and I also have the stream open on like my phone or something to make sure nothing's going wrong. So I'm like, well, that's not accurate.
Fair, exactly. So fair enough. Anyways, it you know, at first I was sort of disappointed, but now I'm looking at it as well as a result because I remember my giddiness in during thinking I had that many people. And I said, you know what? At the end of the day, I had a great Thursday night as a result. So even if it was pulled out from the rug the next morning, it doesn't take away how I felt Thursday night. So I was like, all right, cool. And then Bill Burr, I don't know, are you familiar with the comedian Bill Burr?
I am familiar with Bill Burr.
Okay, so Bill Burr is now coming to my neck of the woods. And I was looking to buy tickets for me and my wife, and unfortunately, and of course, seating is very, hard to get. Like those things sell out really quickly. So at 10 a.m. they went on sale today, and I bought some, and then no email confirmation. I was like,
that's a bit sussy.
Yeah, so I waited literally until about 2 hours ago, just before I started making curry and streaming. To get an email that a lot of people experience this problem. I was like, oh, fuck, thank God. Yeah. But, I mean, it stressed me the fuck out because here's the problem. It wouldn't have stressed me out, not that I missed the tickets, but they charged me $239 for 2 tickets and on my Visa statement, but I had no record of actually having tickets. And I was sitting there like, no, that's something I don't want to deal with,
Yeah, so, I had an experience yesterday that kind of balanced out a bit. So, in June, myself, Fi, Playfree, and some of Playfree's friends are going to be taking a trip to Scotland.
Yes, I am aware of that. Yeah. Is Clover not going with you guys?
It is too expensive for her. She planned on going originally, but it's like a lot of fucking money.
So, yeah, it would be. Okay, cool.
So, when did I start? I think early February. I started the process for getting my passport done.
Mm-hmm.
And I got most of it done really quickly. Then I go to the FedEx office. I
Mm-hmm.
go there to get my stuff done. And it turned out that I needed documents. And, I didn't know this because they didn't really tell me what I needed. Um, so then I come back like a week later, all my shit. I get my application done, print it out. I feel like I'm ready to have it shipped off. And I just have to contact the FedEx passport advisor to have them email a shipping label that they can print out and then put on the thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I call them, and then they say, "Oh, we can't actually do that because you need to have a passport agent certify all of your documents are correct. So you have to schedule an appointment with a passport agent." And I'm like, "Okay."
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I go and do that, and the soonest available meeting is a month from then, which was yesterday. So I had to wait a whole fucking month.
Mm-hmm.
I go, I get it done. It was delayed a bit because the person at the post office said they did not trust the FedEx office that I was working through because they apparently had a previous experience of them opening up a sealed passport application, which they're not supposed to do because it's a fucking sealed document. So they
Right, of
spent
course.
like an extra 10 minutes verifying things with their supervisor or whatever. And then we're talking like all wishy-washy to me about how, ooh, this copy of your birth certificate or whatever may not work because they weren't sure it was the original one. And I'm like, no, that's the original one. It has like the fucking stamp indentations on it. I do not have a more original copy of it. So
Yeah.
finally, after like an extra 15, 20 minutes longer than it should have taken, they get it all
Mm-hmm.
sealed up. I drive like 20 minutes back. I'm with my dad, by the way, because I'm being like going between houses and stuff, so I get driven there because I don't have my own car.
Oh, right, right, right. Yes,
Yeah,
of
so
course.
he drove me there. It's like 20 minutes away from our house. We drive back into town to go to the FedEx office. I walk in there, I have my envelope. I give it to the guy at the counter. He's putting in my information, and he's like, all right, and what's the shipping address? And I'm like, oh, they never gave me a shipping address. And they didn't give me a shipping label.
Fuck.
So then I have to call my passport advisor again. I'm on hold for like 30 fucking minutes, and then they email me my shipping label that I print out, and then I take it to the post office and I fucking mail it off.
Jesus.
That took
Sounds like a
about.
rigmarole, man. Did you never have a previous passport?
No, I never had one before. I've never left the country. So.
Oh. See, my parents, like, granted, mine's expired right now because I'm an idiot, but um, my parents, when we were 16, they just went and got one because you got to renew it every 10 years. And they just said, fuck it, you never know when you're going to need one. So we went through the whole rigmarole without a trip planned beforehand,
Mm-hmm.
just in the case of. And
Yeah.
that's some proactive shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the good thing about me getting it now
Mm-hmm.
is that I'm not going to have to renew it until I'm 30, which is a little mind boggling to think about. So hopefully it's
Yeah,
all done.
listen, you're talking to a 32-year-old, so
I was like, shit, I just turned 20 a few months ago. It's a little weird to think about not needing to do something again until I'm 30.
yeah, fair point, man.
And
Fair
so,
point. Wait, they
that
come up.
fucking ruined the first half of my day. And then I had classes. That's like my long class day. That's the one day where I have like two classes, and one of them's like 3 hours long. And it's like, ugh.
Yeah. No,
And
I
then,
remember. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I mean, long, but I do remember some of my classes being like when I was in college, and it was just like,
yeah, I was just like, it was just like it's boring. And then there was a double-edged sword of, oh my god, like right before my class starts, the fucking Ultra Kill P2 update comes out after we've been waiting like 8 fucking
I
months
did
for
see
it.
that in the gaming chat, and I said, "Oh, Misc is pissed."
And it's like, really? Right now of all times? I have to sit through my class for 3 fucking hours.
Yeah, in your guys' class, see, here was the good thing about electrical school. If you're like not trying to toot my own horn, but if you're good, and I don't mean just average, but I mean if you're good at what you do, the further you go in college, the less time you actually need to be there to still make good grades. So
Yeah.
by my final year, I was at the pub more often than I was at school.
Well, the thing
So
about that class is it just since it's online, it's like I gotta be in the video call. They will see if I'm not in there. So
yeah,
it's like
oh
an
yeah.
attendance grade or
Oh
whatever.
no, we actually got in trouble for doing that a couple of times. They're like, guys, if you do that again, because we were leaving, and I'm talking like you'd show up for your like 8 a.m. class,
Mm-hmm.
and you'd leave by like 9:30 because you knew the girl at the bar would open up the place prematurely at 9:30 if you asked her.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd walk down the street, you'd open up the bar, you'd come back to class, and you'd be half drunk, and they'd be like, guys, look, we don't care if you want to go get bombed at lunch, but you can't keep cutting like half of your class every morning to go down and play pool and get loaded, then come back and write a test. That's not going to work. So they, it was an attendance thing. You know, they were like, you're technically not here long enough. So I was like, oh, all right,
Whoops.
we'll fix that.
But yeah, so I left class a little early. I left at like, I don't know, 6:40 or something. It's supposed to go till like quarter after 7. It's not like
Mhm.
I don't have assessments for the class. We don't get like weekly assignments for it or anything. So it's like fucking whatever. I don't give a shit. Um,
Yeah.
and then I played the fuck out of that level from then until like quarter of 11 or something. And man, oh man, that was something. I needed that yesterday. So
No,
yeah.
I get that, man, because like everything, like I got to play well, as you know, yesterday I really needed some downtime, so I was streaming and
Hmm.
having a great time, as you know. But then I got to play some Pokemon with artist Dio, you know,
Yeah.
some of the guys Koji, and because I know you were in there for about 5 minutes and stuff, and it was just kind of relaxing to just like sit back and not worry about anything.
Yeah, that's why I like being in VC so often.
Yeah, like I need to get in VC more often. I know we got a bunch of new cats that I really got to get to know. I met and I was talking with Lenny, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm not too familiar with him. He's one of the newer people
No,
that's in here.
but a really nice guy. Apparently works on a submarine.
Oh
Anyways,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember you talking to him about that. Yeah.
yeah, and I was having a great conversation with him because we have something in common. Like, hey, I've worked on a ship. Oh, what type of ship? Oh, this, and you know, so a little bit of camaraderie there. But it's nice, you know, like meeting new people and stuff. That's what Discord's all about. So kind of cool, you know.
Yeah, we've had a lot of new people play Free Nose coming in, so that's been kind of the new wave of people.
Yeah, I just miss Band, man. Where the fuck is Band?
Um, God only knows.
I talked to him in February. I haven't talked to him this month. I think I'm gonna message him and just see, like, hey, dude, are you still alive?
That's yeah, it's important to check on that. Well, I
Yeah, it
mean,
really is, and I don't want him to make him even if he like I hope and I assume Band's fine. Maybe he's just really busy, but you also don't want to like because I've felt this way in the past. Like I'm old enough to have gone through groups of friends, you know what I mean?
right.
And what I don't like is when all of a sudden, if you whether by choice or whether by circumstance, drop off the face of the earth as far as your group of friends is concerned,
Hmm.
nobody bothers to check. Nobody texts, nobody messages, nobody, you know, and it's like, I could have been dead in a gutter for 3 months and nobody would have fucking cared. And that's how it feels. So that's why periodic check ins with people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where, well, as you get older, you're less worried about that shit with older people, but with like your group of age,
Right.
Misc, that's when it's more prevalent. Like as you reach my age, it's sort of like, all right, yeah, like we literally have bills to pay and lawns to mow. We don't have time to fucking talk. So you know,
Yeah.
everyone assumes everybody's good.
I just have to remind myself occasionally of the times when bands said like, listen, if I get bored here, Like, if it's just not very exciting anymore, I'll just be doing stuff in other places. I don't know if Dan's doing that or if he's just busy. I know
I
it's
was just
not.
thinking about it just because I keep promising myself I'm going to do it. I'm going to message him right now, and not something like, "Hey man, where the fuck are you?" I'm just going to say, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah.
I just, you know. But anyways, so yeah.
So, Darksiders.
Oh baby,
Did
let's
you
go.
refresh yourself on any stuff involving it prior
A
to
little
this?
bit. I did some wiki-ing,
Mm.
if um and I wish I had had an opportunity um to replay, but it was never going to happen because I own the original Darksiders, of course, for the PS3,
Mm-hmm.
and my PS3 is at my parents' house. It would
Right.
have been, because they use it for Netflix and shit, and like I'm not using it, so it's fine, right?
It's funny to think
So
about
I
my
really,
parents using my game console to watch shows.
it's like, listen, man, it is what it is. But anyways, I actually thought about buying because my mother's really bad at the PS3 controller, like
Mm-hmm.
remembering that X is this and circle is that. So I thought about buying one of those PS3 remotes, like a TV remote
Mm-hmm.
style thing for her to control it with. They don't use it as often as they probably should. Like I could take it and they probably wouldn't notice too much. But
Hmm.
anyways, I just leave it there. It's fine.
Let's see
Um,
here.
but I really wanted to replay before we did the stream. I didn't get the opportunity to do it. Just a couple levels,
Right.
just to refresh my memory. But I did watch. What I did was I went on the Wikipedia and checked some lore shit. But
Right.
then I also watched a couple of just quick let's plays
Right.
of gameplay just to familiarize myself with. Okay, I remember this level. I like this boss. I like this. So yeah, yeah. Darksiders, man, gotta be one of my top 5 favorite series of all time.
So
It's
let's
so
see
good.
here. According to Wikipedia, Darksiders is a hack and slash action adventure video game franchise created by Vigil Games, now developed by Gunfire Games, which
Hmm.
consists of some of the original members of Vigil. The series is set on a post apocalyptic Earth where mankind faces near extinction and angels fight a losing battle against the demon hordes for control over the world. Among them are the four horsemen of the apocalypse, the last of the Nephilim, who are tasked to bring balance to the universe. Do you know what's a fun thing I found out through a retrospective video like a week or two ago?
Yes.
That there is like almost zero developer content on the first Darksiders. You know,
How do you mean?
you know how with a lot of big games,
Yes.
they'll have like developer commentary stuff, they'll have like development footage
Mm-hmm.
showing like alpha stages of the game and stuff. There is like almost
Oh, that's what you
nothing.
mean. Yeah, there's nothing. This game came out because I remember I was walking into, well, it's the equivalent up here. It's called EB Games, but it's GameSpot.
Oh, I've
So
heard of EB Games, the legend of
yeah,
EB Games.
yeah. So we went up there, and all of a sudden, when PS3 was brand new, all of a sudden there was this game with fucking war and a holographic, of course, because back then, you make a Pokemon card holographic. Hell yeah, I want it, right?
Yeah.
So we saw this cover and and I still own it. It's holographic as fuck. And we're like, whoa, what's that shiny fucking new game? And all my friends bought it. I bought it. Everybody bought it because it had this shiny fucking war cover just there riding ruin. And it was like, okay, hell yeah. And then all it was a mix of Metroid meets Zelda.
Yeah, that's the way I heard a lot of
Best
people
way possible.
describe it, is kind of a
That's
Zelda
all it is.
clone.
Describing it as a hack and slash is not incorrect, but at the same time, not completely correct.
It is. I haven't actually played a Zelda game before, but I would
Well,
say
you are
it's.
missing out.
Yeah.
But it is not like describing Darksiders as a hack and slash is like it has them because it's got a little bit of Prince of Persia, God of War, a little bit of that in there that
Yeah.
makes it hack and slash. But I would argue on the pullback, by that logic, you could argue that Legend of Zelda is a light hack and slash game. And I would never describe Legend of Zelda, any of them, and I've played most of them, as a hack and slash game. So weird terminology. But once again, does everything need to be categorized?
It
No.
doesn't necessarily.
It's an
Darksiders
adventure.
feels like
I
kind
would
of
argue
a.
it.
a
you know what I
fusion
would
of
argue?
things.
I would argue it in the same way, in a more general sense, like a manga. I would argue it's an action adventure game. That's how I would market
That
this.
is that is the genre of the game. Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually necessarily put like because Darksiders 2 was definitely heavy on the RPG elements of the
Quite a
game.
bit heavier, you know. You got a fucking
But
skill tree. You got
right,
loot rarity and
levels,
shit.
you got Luke, yeah, right. So, but I would argue as a whole, the first Darksiders, I wouldn't like necessarily put it in one category. You know what I mean? It didn't feel. I would just put
Yeah.
it. It's an adventure game.
Darksiders 2 is a bit more hack and slash just because it's much faster
Yes,
and
yeah.
you buy
Darksiders.
more combos. With
I would
Vulgrim,
argue that.
it's more buying like upgrades for your combos. Darksiders 2, you're buying combos.
Yeah, and I have a question for you because I know you've played quite a few recent games and stuff. So, if I would argue that Darksiders 1 is not a hack and slash, would you agree with me that if you do not have either a loot or a level based system, hack and slash basically they go basically you can only have hack and slash if you have either a level based system and a loot system and or like by not having level up and not having like basically the core of Darksiders 2, it's almost impossible to really have a hack and slash because if you don't gain, if all you do is get new weapons and new items, you don't improve in strength and dexterity and all this shit. And if you don't,
I would
you know,
disagree because God of War, the old God of War games were very much hack and slash, and that was basically just you increase your health or magic bars, you upgrade your weapons, you get more combos and stuff. And those are like the hack and slash games.
all right. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just sort of looking at it from a perspective where I think there's almost I think maybe it's become that hack and slash became too broad a genre.
I suppose.
Like there's a huge spectrum, shall we say.
Let me see. Google, what do you consider to be hack and slash games?
Yeah. I'm curious because like yeah, I would agree. Like Prince of Persia, you could argue is a
What a
hack and slash.
wide variety. Okay, so, oh my good lord, do we have a wide variety of games here.
Really?
So we have Dynasty Warriors, the Bayonetta
Yeah, see,
games,
that's what I consider something where you level up and you kill a shit ton of things. That's
Hades, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, Diablo 3,
yeah, Diablo
Devil May
3.
Cry, God of War. Okay, I just don't have the hashing and slashing experience for Diablo 3 because the Necromancer experience consists of I
Has
cast
been
a spell and
destroying
make it
shit, yeah.
die, and then I hit another button to make corpses explode, and then I make more corpses that then
Oh,
explode.
you got the corpse. You got the exploding corpse rune.
I mean,
Nice.
that's like the first thing that's unlocked, and I get it, and I'm like, why would I use anything else? This is disgusting.
Did you get any legendary drops yet? By the way,
Um,
you would know it's the big shiny thing that goes bing, and it's a big
yeah, I've
beam.
gotten a few. Isn't Leoric's crown legendary?
Yes, it
I
was.
somehow have two of them.
Oh yeah, because the Skeleton King almost see. There's legendary item drops that you're like, fuck yeah, I got a legend drop. There's two in the game that are basically set. One is the Skeleton King drops either the Broken Crown or the Orc's Crown, and that is a legendary item. It's not bad, like stat wise. It's almost a guaranteed one. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, yeah, that's funny because the hack and slash thing, as far as I was concerned, was more so the Dynasty Warriors style of things. If you were to ask me, like Bleach Soul Resurrection for the PS3, that's a hack and slash. It's Dynasty War style, right? Killing a shit ton of enemies at once. Diablo 3, you can mow down an entire horde of enemies. Hack and slash. Zelda, and even to an extent, the first God of War, Prince of Persia, and Darksiders, you kill enemies, but you're not exactly killing them by the hundreds or even the dozens. So, like, to me, hack and slash is killing, like, armies, not...
I see, yeah.
But, once again, I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that back in the day, that's how it was. Because by that logic, how many people do you mow down in Knights of the Old Republic? How many Sam people do you kill on Tatooine? I mean, hack and slash much.
Maybe it's something to do with just like the gameplay style, the big weapon combos, the attack feedback and shit. I don't know. Anywho,
Yeah.
Darksiders gets compared to God of War a lot. I feel like the reason for that is you play fucking war in the first one, and you're supposed to be killing a bunch of big magic biblical shit.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it came out in 2010. It is among many games that came out in between God of War 2 and 3, which is, the height of God of War's popularity. And it came out in 2010, right before God of War 3. That was around when that came out. Dante's Inferno came out. The first Bayonetta game came out. The
Oh,
Force
I love
Unleashed games
Dante's
came out
Inferno.
between those two games. There was a lot of companies, a lot
Mm-hmm.
of studios that really wanted to get in on the character action game market because it was fucking big right now. God of War was like the flagship PlayStation IP back in like the late 2000s. So they wanted to get
Because
in on it.
PS3 allowed for so much more than the PS2 did too.
Yeah.
Like it was revolutionary. Like people complain today that Grand Theft Auto 4 sucks. But nobody was complaining when it first came out. Is all I'm saying.
You can see that difference when you look at the difference between God of War 2 and God of War 3. Like you just look at the graphical fidelity and it's like, what the fuck? It looks
Yep.
like these games came out like 10 years apart.
Yep. And that's the thing, though. You got to look at that. Is that what pisses me off about communities is that they're easily bored. The good thing about the Darksiders community is that people were happy with Darksiders 1. They loved it. Game of the year and all that stuff. Darksiders 2. Yeah, I wasn't happy about the changes, but I still played the game, got used to it, still loved the game. Darksiders 3, same idea. Okay, we're doing this again. Gotta relearn, or not relearn, learn on a whole new way to play a game. And with you, with Darksiders Genesis, let's just call it ambiguous 3.5,
Right.
whole nother style. Like the only overarching problem, as far as I'm concerned with this franchise, is every single game is a totally different. At this point, I'm expecting Darksiders 4 to be a fucking FPS. Like,
That'd be
seriously.
funny if you play Strife, it's an FPS game.
Yeah, because at this point, we have literally played 4 separate games.
Yeah,
4
it's
completely different games.
interesting that they decide to do that. I think the reason why, well, I think the reason they decided to do the style change of Genesis was just because it can be a co-op game if you want. You have two playable characters, so
I like the co-op feature, just so we're clear. I
yeah.
do like it.
And I imagine if we get a game where you can play all four horsemen, it'll probably be closer to that style, just because that seems way more manageable than doing a four-person co-op in the original style.
Which has been done since 2011 with Diablo 3. And
Yeah.
trust me, I've played Diablo 3 LAN parties when it first dropped. Dude, nothing beats those nights. That shit is awesome on an isometric. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of changing up from the Zelda Metroid style to the isometric style.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had the choice to, like, play with, I don't know, let's say you, me, play Free and Clover, that would be like, and we're all 4 separate horsemen going through some levels. Hell fucking yeah, that sounds like a fucking time and a half.
Yeah. And she'll bring this up. I feel like the reason for the gameplay shift between games on some level or another is kind of fitting with the fact that you play a very different character in each game. So the gameplay style is sort of generally more suited to whatever character you're going to be playing.
Actually, I never thought about that. Every single time we're playing a different horsemen and they're setting them apart very distinctively. I don't think that was intentional.
I don't know
but,
how
yeah.
intentional it is. I've heard.
No. It's not intentional because the only reason that Darksiders 3 happened the way it happened was because Dark Souls took off.
Yeah, that's a factor in it. That's a
copy.
factor in it, though it is more similar to Darksiders 2 than it is to Darksiders 1, I would say.
Yes, but it's very heavily Souls influenced because I could play both those games on normal in my sleep. Darksiders 1 and 2. Darksiders 3 kicked the shit out of me.
Yeah, it was it was very difficult for me the first time as well.
Yeah.
Um, what direction was I going? Yeah, oh yeah, I've heard with some comments from the development of Darksiders 2 that there was kind of a general idea of a gameplay style shift a little bit, just because playing Death was supposed to be different. It was supposed to feel different playing him compared to War.
I did read that. I actually still have right here. I'm looking at it right now. I have Darksiders 2, the Studio Edition full guide.
Cool.
Because I bought it back then, EB Games like, hey, this is the release of the game. Do you want the full package for $100? And it's like, you get a poster, you get the game, you get the guide, you get the whole bit. And there's a lot of the director commentary in the thing. So I did know that actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Chill bring this up. 3 does have quite a bit less puzzles. The puzzles generally kind of revolve a lot more around platforming and stuff. I kind of like the way they implemented the puzzles for 3, just having them be related to each of the weapon abilities that you get. I thought that was a neat idea.
Listen, I don't think that the Soul style. I would much rather if when Darksiders 4 comes out, I would much rather go back to the one style out of all of them. That's just me. But I will say one thing. If I never hear the beams redirect
the beams
ever again, it will be too fucking soon. So there is drawbacks to even what I love. All right.
I'll say this ahead of time. The arguably worst part of Darksiders 2 does not fucking compare to the worst part of Darksiders 1. It's no competition.
I'll agree with that. The Black Throne was a thing.
It is a black hole of pacing.
But thankfully, it's like the end part of the game where you're not.
The good thing about it is when you're done with it, it's like, here, spend 20 minutes going and getting the blade shards.
It's so satisfying though, because you're freeing Azrael, who is an awesome angel, and then he gives you all these great cutscenes. Like, you get a lot of lore out of it.
Azrael's cool. Let me check. Darksiders voice cast. I recognize his voice, but I don't remember who voices him.
I don't remember either, but I love when War's like, wait a minute, you saved part of Eden, and he's sort of going like, wait a minute, son, you weren't allowed to do that. And he's like, and then he just loses his shit, and he's like, I could not let the greatest accomplishment fall into ruin and stuff. And he's like praising like Eden is this perfect realm because, and what I like about that is, biblically speaking, Eden was the perfect environment. It's like literally the paradise as it's referred to. So he, as Azrael, the angel of death, couldn't see something so perfect die. That's a great like story beat that's never really talked about, but it's kind of cool that the angel of death himself went, this thing's too good. Even I don't want to see it killed, you know?
Yeah.
So he saved a piece of Eden. And I'm like, all right. And War grew from that. Like, I love that because at first he wanted to kill. Like, at the beginning of the game, War would have killed Azrael. Right. By the end part, when he meets Azrael, I love the last line before the final boss. It's like, Angel of Death.
You quote it all the time.
Last time. Like, he asks. He doesn't say, he doesn't order, he doesn't demand. Serve me one last time. Oh, like, it's a request, and it's like, War has changed dramatically. It's awesome.
I've never heard of Vernon Wells, but he's the voice actor for Samael.
Oh, Vernon Wells has done a lot of...
If you tell me his roles, I would probably recognize him.
Yeah, you ever see one of those people, like, in, like, let's say, like, a Law and Order episode or something like that? You're like, hey, that's that guy. Because he's in 1,000 things. But he's always a bit role. He's always like, oh, he's been in every single major drama. He's been in Breaking Bad. He's been in Sons of Anarchy. He's been in everything. He's been in The Mandalorian. But he's only in one episode.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, so he's one of those guys. So the guy, Azrael's voice actor, His name is Keith something I can't even pronounce. Now, let me post this in the text-to-speech chat. Incomprehensible. I'll post it in text-to-speech too.
All right.
That's his
I'm gonna look
last
it up.
name.
I know that voice actor.
So fun fact, he also voices the Crowfather in Darksiders 2.
Oh, the Crowfather.
Which I find funny because goes to show how good of a voice actor he is. I couldn't really tell that was the same person.
Yeah, and that's and he's oh shit, he's in a movie. Shit, what is he in?
I'm checking IMDb. He's in Transformers Dark of the Moon.
Yeah, that's I know him from a really bit role, something stupid. He's in. See, this is what I'm talking about. He's in Prophet, The X-Files. He is literally in a Law and Order. There you go.
Oh, he voiced Wicked K in Darksiders Genesis.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer. What was he in that I know him from? Like that I actually. Oh, he's in the Dark Knight. He's the cop that the Joker. I'm a 20-year man, and blah blah blah. Just shoot him, blah blah blah, from the Dark Knight.
Interesting.
Yeah, he has main roles, but he does a lot of voice work. He was in Batman Beyond. He's in a lot of things that I would know, like Spy Kids.
Oh, what this guy? The guy that voices Azrael. Oh, this is funny. He's in a lot of stuff, but is like background characters, side characters, extras and shit.
Yeah.
And then just in Darksiders, he's one of the guys.
Yeah, it's funny like that, isn't it? Because he's the Crowfather and he's Wicked K and stuff. But then, as you said, like he's in Skyrim, he's in Kingdoms of Amalur, he's in the Old Republic.
That's where I recognize him from.
Dragon Age. He's literally in every video game for the last fucking like.
Yeah, he's in so much shit. Oh my god, that's what it is. He's in Dawn of War 2. He voices one of the commander characters. That's what I recognize him from. He's a man with a strong voice. He's the Harbinger in Mass Effect 2.
He was considering joining in, but he thinks he'll just listen for now.
Who?
Chilled.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Well,
but I mean, it's missed stream, but I feel like it's an open invitation.
If any of you want to join VC, you're welcome to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be back real quick. I just have to take care of something. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, now I will entertain all of you. So, how you doing? That's the real question. This works way better when I have the facial expressions on stream. Misc needs to get better internet, ladies and gentlemen, because then he could have my beautiful mug. I'm just sitting here looking like a fucking hobo, sitting in my robe, but if we had my picture up on stream, you know, I know Misc doesn't want to show his face, that's fine, but if I was sitting here with a, you know, I think it would add a lot to the stream, don't you guys? Wouldn't you like to just see me like a Google Hangout type of thing, just sitting there like staring down at a screen for like 9 hours? I think it would be entertaining. Are you not entertained? There we go. Let's see. Let's catch up with some of what the chat was saying. Let's go. So, Chilled said he was down at the pub. Nice. Chilled said, getting a pint with the lads. VC is always chill. It is. Also, damn, that's cool. Hope he's doing okay. I hope so too. That referring to band. Chilled said, Darksiders 1 got basically spread out to everyone. It did, but it did so well. Like, basically, it was offered up all the studios and no one took. THQ were the ones who wanted it. Darksiders 1, it really isn't a hack and slash, but definitely more hack and slash combo wise. Yeah. Realist Mandela said Darksiders 2 had the best trailers and ads. I will agree, other than Dragon Age 2 had the best trailer I've ever seen in my life. Dragon Age 2 is the greatest video game trailer of all time. Chilled said it aged rather well. It did. Realist said Dante's Inferno never really knew it was based on a guy writing about hell first playing it. Dante's Inferno was one of my favorite fucking PS3 games. It's definitely one of my top 10 favorite PS3 games. It was so good. It was so dark, so bloody. It was awesome. Chilled said, I would have to say Darksiders mildly changing styles every game kind of suits it for every horseman. We already talked about that. Chilled also said, different horsemen and very different story style. 3, for example, is very straightforward, less puzzles, which suits Fury hunting down every sin. It does. Chilled also said, unlike 2, Darksiders 1 and 3 do the best for changing the Horseman. Death never needed to change. He was steadfast in his convictions, but War and Fury needed to change. I like that. I do agree with that. It is an interesting concept, and I do like that. Once again, it might not be my style of game, but hey, hell yeah. Realist Medell says, man, Samael, Horseman. I like talking like this. I don't know how anyone, and I'm butchering this fucking, but still, how the fuck does anyone talk like holy shit, how does anybody keep that up? But man, Samael, I love how he tricked War into helping him restore his power. War kind of knew, he just didn't care. I feel like halfway through, he knew it was going down. I mean, Samael literally ate one of the in front of him, like the Griever heart or something, which, hey, not based on me, but still. Chilled said, was kind of considering joining, but I think I'll just listen in for now, yeah. Carrot D Top is in there, said, honestly, Darksiders might be tied with Legacy of Kain for my favorite, spelt wrong, games in terms of voice acting. Never played Legacy of Kain, to be fair. Heard of it, heard good things, never played it. Chilled said, true, Griever, you do got a beautiful mug. Your lively expressions are entertaining. There we go. See, Chilled knows what's up. And Chilled said, I'm going to make some coffee to recover from drinking a bit. Dude, I am like 3 sheets to the fucking wind. Misc was not going to get me on here unless he plied me with alcohol. He bought me a brewery as a, hey, do you want to do a Darksiders stream? And I said, you got half a brewery. And he gave me 3/4 of one. He's a bad haggler. He really is. I would have done it for half a brewery. He gave me 3/4 of one. Listen, we got to teach him better about his poker face. I'm just saying. Realist Medell said, Griever, fun fact, the guy who made the Spawn movie. Oh, I love the original. Are you talking the original Spawn movie that was absolutely terrible, but also good at the same time? Wanted a PG rating, and no one but the main character could be shot on screen. Are you serious? What the fuck? Damn, man, that's nutty. The moment Misc comes back, I am leaving this. Take a leak because you, the chat, have demanded it.
The chat has demanded you go take a piss?
Yep. They didn't really. I'm just spouting nonsense until you came back.
Perfect timing for you to say that.
Yeah, actually, it really was. That was not timed at all, but it works. But yeah, I actually do have to quickly take a leak myself. But we caught up with the chat. I read everybody's messages while we were gone.
Cool.
So I will be right back. Also, I haggled you into owing me 3/4 of a brewery while you were gone. So.
Oh, what?
Yeah. So you bought me a brewery. You're a very generous man.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be right back.
Shit, I don't know what the last message Griever read was. He said he caught up, so I'm gonna assume everything's been read. Every few weeks, I discover an Elden Ring item, and by discover, I mean someone else posts it, that I've somehow never heard of despite the game having been out for over a year. Funny how that happens, huh? Oh shit, we have 11 people in here now. Finally, more viewers than we have likes. If you guys just hopped in and you haven't already, hit that like button. Let's get it up to double digits. So out of curiosity, because this is a question that we're going to talk about next, how did you guys get into Darksiders? What was your first experience with it?
Sorry about that, but nature calls.
No worries. So, this is the next thing I'll get into here. And I think you already talked about it a little bit. How did you originally get into Darksiders? Because the way I got into it, if I recall right, I think, and this is just a guess, because I don't remember the exact scenario in which I found out about it, but I'm pretty sure I remember first discovering it through like some, top 10 video game bosses, top 10 video game finishers or whatever in like middle school or something. I'm like, man, that looks cool. And that was probably where I first found out about the games. And over some period of time, watched some stuff about it. And then Darksiders 3 came out, and I'm like, damn, that's crazy, a new Darksiders game. So then that ended up being the first one I actually played. And then after I played it for the first time, that was when I went and played Darksiders 1 and 2. Chilled, welcome.
Good day, fellas.
Welcome. How are you?
Doing good. It's the middle of the night. The best time.
Is it
to be
still
awake.
Saint... Oh wait, it's not
No,
St. Patrick's
no,
Day where you
no.
are anymore.
No, it's not.
It was
the-
3
the-
minutes ago.
The
I see.
real time is always going to be 9
Eastern
o'clock.
Standard Time.
Yeah. No, it's Atlantic time, the one that doesn't exist to anybody but us.
Right, you silly
God
Nova
damn it.
Scotians, you. Oh, and
We
Koji.
still-
I guess Koji is Atlantic time. The Nova Scotians and the Puerto Ricans, they're the only people that use Atlantic time.
Yeah, Atlantic time. We're so strange.
Shout out to the Eastern Standard Time, utilized by, like, a third of the US population, and everyone that lives down along this chunk of the
Down
earth.
under.
hmm
All the people who live in down under.
All you Latin American people.
All the
I mean-
motherfuckers who got sent to Brazil.
Yes. Actually,
I-
Brazil's on the... Actually, wait, no, Brazil is on this side of South America.
No, it would be on the left, yeah. But that being said, I mean, I got nothing against Latin America. I'm married a Latin American, so I'm good.
Real.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, wait, she was born. I don't know how the fuck that shit works, man. She's Latina. She was born in America, but she's got a Guatemalan.
Well,
I don't
it's just an
fucking know.
ethnicity. Latina's an ethnicity.
Latin X now.
There's a
because-
difference between that's just some people's way of trying to make the language not gendered. It's just a lot of
Meanwhile, French
Latinos
and-
are like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like it does bother me because honestly, like I'm trying my best to learn Spanish, right? And since there's masculine and feminine different for different words, I'm learning how to use those, right? Fucking it all up with this X shit is not helping me learn
As
Spanish.
some people have
It can
said,
be quite
Latinx is like the laziest gender-neutral term you could have thought of. What about fucking Latina with like an E at the end? Because that's an actual vowel.
Yeah,
It doesn't. There's no.
it's an
fucked
O or
up
an A
pronouncing-
because O is masculine, A is feminine.
Right.
But
They could have just done that, but no. We had to be all fucking special.
it's
Gotta be
yeah.
all, Gen Z with the X.
We like using
Yeah.
the heavily underutilized letter X.
Anyway, we're not getting into the crazy politics. Back
We're
to
on about
Darksiders. So
Darksiders.
I will. So yeah.
A
So
game
I've
about
already,
government conspiracies.
the game about it's all about did somebody rig the U.S. election? It's a Darksiders conspiracy.
One of my favorite
my
reviews of Darksiders, or very old zero punctuation review of Darksiders 2 basically says the plot surrounds death going through a bureaucratic process. That's basically
Oh
what
my
he's doing.
God.
I mean, you could argue that for almost every adventure game with a progression system, but okay.
Yeah, but Darksiders gets very political because of all the way the
It's
Angels and
literally
Demons
about
do
the
things.
law, breaking the
It's
law.
a conspiracy.
I mean, you could argue, yeah, but the law, yeah, I mean,
The
So-
Charred Council is the government of the universe. They established the law, and then someone did a conspiracy to break the law, and someone else is being framed as part of that conspiracy. Why is
Yeah, but the
Xbox
Guard
giving me
Council
messages?
is in on it, so it's actually the government was evil the whole time.
It
That's
is a
just...
government conspiracy.
So no, it's not really a conspiracy. It's facts.
Well, when a conspiracy can be real.
Yeah, but
You're
they
thinking
still
of
hide
conspiracy
it.
theories. A conspiracy
True.
theory is when you make a theory that a conspiracy happened. Some
Could be.
conspiracies are real.
Are real, yeah. So yeah, because the Charred Council is fucking evil.
Yes.
So we know that from the Hollow, but the Lord of the Hollows. But so yeah, I already talked about my experience pretty much with how I got into Darksiders. It was holographic. It was awesome. In fact, I have two of my best experiences with Darksiders and one of my worst experiences. Not to go into too much detail, but honestly, I was playing the game all night, the Darksiders 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one of my worst experiences of my life that's still affecting me to this day, playing it, because I was playing it and I was playing it well into like 5, 6 in the morning. Like I just loved the game. And it's the one and only time I went to bed at like 5:30, got a knock on my bedroom door at 6, and I was arrested.
For what?
Oh.
Yeah, for stuff we ain't going to discuss, but at the end of the day, I did get arrested that day, and I mean, I got out, a couple hours later. But what sucks is that now forevermore, I can't help but think about Darksiders being like, oh my god, I love this game, it's so great. But every once in a while, I remember, okay, this was when I thought I was gonna be a 19-year-old with a heart attack. You know what I mean? Because it's so scary having, cops standing over you when you've literally went to bed half an hour ago. You wake up, oh.
Now let me ask you a very important question. Delving into your trauma, do you remember what part of Darksiders you were at when that happened?
Actually, I think I was in the general area. You know that general area called where you talk to Samael, where you go to the 4 areas?
Yeah,
Yeah,
little
somewhere in the
prison
city.
area.
I was just passing through. I hadn't beaten the game yet. I think I beat the Griever, and I was at Straga or something. I'm not sure.
I think
where
that's when you go to fight the Stygian.
The Stygian, yes. So I think I had just beaten the Stygian. Actually, I beaten the third. I was pretty far in the game when I was doing it, and yeah. So I have a very, not a love-hate relationship, but it's a very awkward sometimes, because when I think too hard on it, then I remember, that,
The
and then
little
it's like,
issues
oh
that were
shit.
with it.
So yeah, but my experience with Darksiders has been, mostly other than that, has been a positive experience, and the fact that jumping into that holographic cover and jumping back to a sort of Zelda Metroid mix, which is what I grew up on when I first got introduced to video gaming, was a fantastic, like, Darksiders 1 is always going to be one of my top games. Like, it's just so fucking good for that. So
Now, Chilled, when did you get into Darksiders? Or how?
My time of getting into Darksiders was the definitive edition for 2. I started off with 2, which is weird, but it was on my PS4, and I played through that. Then I played through the War Master, and then I played through 3, which
It's
isn't too bad considering the
weird to
timeline.
me that apparently those games came out like those editions of the game came out like fucking 7 years ago or something. I remember when they announced those, and it doesn't feel like 7 fucking years ago.
I know,
But
right?
yeah. I heard about Darksiders 2 a few slip chances. Like, I've seen a few videos like Tobuscus's musical trailer for it, and that was like, oh, I've heard of this game, it's pretty cool, I'll give it a try. And good lord, it was one of the most interesting stories I've tried in a long time.
It is a very interesting franchise. Now, let's see, we got a few people's stories in the chat. Medell said, I played it at my cousin's house, but he lives like 7 hours from my town. I made it to Tiamat, but sadly he lost the game during my next visit. This was 8 years ago.
No.
That's very
How do you
sad.
lose a $70 game?
I have no fucking idea.
Even back then, it
Yes.
might have been 50. That doesn't matter. The point is, what the fuck?
Carrot says, my first experience was when I saw in a game magazine segment of Darksiders 2 and thought death looked cool as hell. Then like 8 years later, I ended up playing the game and being enthralled with it.
That, you know what? To be fair to him, that happens. Like, I remember a game I saw in a comic book like in '98 when I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I never got to play it because I didn't own a Super Nintendo, right? So I saw this crazy ad in a comic, a Spider-Man comic or a Wolverine comic or something, and I never got to play it until I was like almost 30. You know what I mean? The game is fun, but like the ad itself has stuck with me ever since. I can see the page. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's like that's a nice story. That's kind of cool. You know, where you eventually get to, I can't afford this right now, or I can't, or I'm a kid, and you know what I mean?
Actually, probably the first, now that I've been reminded of that, the Darksiders 2 ad campaign seemed to be quite thorough. I think the first time I saw anything related to Darksiders, but I didn't really process what it was and it didn't stick in my mind, was I was at my grandmother's house. I must have been like fucking 8 years old or something. No, I had to have been like 9 or 10. It was probably when we were on vacation one time.
You were making me feel so fucking old.
I was watching like X-Play, you know, that game review show they used to have
Yeah,
on TV?
yeah.
And I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure they had an ad for Darksiders 2, and I'm like,
They
wow,
did.
that looks
Yeah,
really
I was watching
mature.
X-Play as an adult. Jesus.
I remember seeing an ad for it. I'm like, wow, that looks really mature. I probably shouldn't be playing that, and then I just didn't think on it anymore.
Damn.
Steampunk says...
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, do you remember the trailer? Maybe I'm misremembering. It might be a Diablo. See, Diablo and Darksiders are so intertwined with the biblical shit. I forget which is which sometimes. But there was a trailer, and I swear to fuck, it was a Darksiders trailer where we have this very, very well done CGI of humans being scared and running into a house.
It's a church. Yeah, that's a Darksiders 2.
That's Darksiders 2. Yeah, I thought it was, and I remember loving the shit out of that.
I think the one I saw was like fucking Death riding his horse down the street or something, like in New York or whatever.
Oh, pretty cool too.
The trailer I saw for it was Death going through like a field against a bunch of demons, and then he ends up taking out the Guardian.
I remember that. Yes, I remember that.
That
one
was
too.
the main one that everyone saw.
Yeah.
I'm still arguing that because I saw it in chat. I'm still gonna say that the Dragon Age 2 trailer is the greatest. I swear to fuck, if someone told me that was live action, I'd still believe it to this day. I don't give a fuck. I went back and watched it like a week ago, and I still go, convince me that's not live action. That some dude's not fucking smearing blood on his face and kicking a fucking monster minotaur. I don't give a fuck. That's not CGI. That it looked too good at the time, and to this day, maybe I got nostalgia glasses. It still looks too good to not be real to me.
Man, have you seen the big cinematics for the Diablo 2 remaster?
No, the only thing I saw recently was the Diablo 4 trailer, which I'm very excited for.
Yeah, I remember that getting shown off during the Game Awards.
Yeah, hold on. All right, let's go. Diablo 3 was one of my favorite games, man. Let's go. I'm excited. Oh, it's Steampunk.
Oh yeah, Steampunk said, I never owned Darksiders physically, but my first experience with it was a Let's Play, and finally getting Darksiders 2 for my Xbox. Until my most traumatic moment, I deleted my save by accident.
No!
Yeah, hey, I got that beat. Nothing will beat the fact that I put literally 1,200 hours into a Minecraft world, and the cloud, there was a storm, and it was saved on the cloud, and it literally, the power went out when it was saving to the cloud, and I lost 1,200 hours of a Minecraft map.
I would not experience good emotions from that.
I didn't play Minecraft for another year. I couldn't even look at Minecraft.
Your heart.
I had recreated. Here's what pissed me off. I had recreated Donkey Kong 64. part of the Ocarina of Time and half of Kanto from the original Pokemon Red and Blue and Yellow in Minecraft to scale, and then it was all gone.
Oh yeah, so Darksiders art is done, like the designs are done by Joe Madureira, who is a comic book artist who has a fairly distinctive style. So like, if
Kind of
I
looks like some Kotar shit, honestly.
yeah,
Yeah,
you have a look at
he's
this, and it's like, oh yeah, I
he
recognize
did
this. This is
designs
one of
for
the comic book
Uncanny X-Men.
styles.
He did designs for Uncanny X-Men and stuff like that, so it is very distinct.
Yeah, I posted it in the text-to-speech too. Like, he has one of the comic
But
book
that's
styles.
that's the original looking. Like that's when I was growing up. That's what X-Men looked like.
Yeah, so this art style. What else has he done? Fucking,
And you know what? I miss reading.
yeah,
I
he's
miss
done a
reading
variety of stuff.
comic books that have that just. I don't know.
What is it?
Something.
It's the intense musculature, the strong jawlines,
The bulkiness.
the bulkiness, the
bulkiness,
shading.
But also still the dark black lines saying, hey, this is distinctive, because I find so many nowadays things are so messy. Things feel messy. Whether in color or in black and white, things are feeling way too messy. Maybe I'm just being a nitpicker, but yeah.
Yeah, it's all about personal preference.
It is. It at the end of the day, it truly is. Like I don't know about you, Miss and Chilled, but I can appreciate an art style, but not necessarily like it. You know.
Oh, of course.
It'd be hard for me to say what my personal favorite
Well, as
comic
I've
or
always
manga art
said,
style is.
I'm never gonna say that Da Vinci couldn't fucking paint, but I'm never gonna hang the Mona Lisa in my living room.
Yeah, it's all about just
Yeah,
what you like
exactly.
the most.
Exactly. So it depends on that. Van Gogh and Da Vinci. If you say they can't paint, you're an idiot. That's not an opinion. That's just being stupid. But it doesn't mean you have to like their paintings.
Oh my god, he did this. He drew that fucking one of the terrible Ultimate Marvel Universe story arcs. I swear to God, Ultimate Marvel just sounds like a hodgepodge of terrible things.
I'm so glad I got out of that back in like '99. So I have no idea what anything was. Like when I was into comics, like growing up in the '90s, comics were the greatest thing ever. It was so good. Like it was better than Pokemon cards. It was better than everything. And now it's just
Just
and
sounds like Ultimate Universe Marvel was just full of a bunch of dog shit. It sounds like it was a whole bunch of stuff that was fucking terrible.
well, here's one thing that I noticed, and I remember my mom pissed because my uncle had brought over a comic book, and there was rape in the comic. Of course, they never showed it, but there was rape in the comic, and it was Marvel. It was I think it was Gamora from Guardians of the Galaxy or something. Anyways, somebody got raped, and it was pretty blatant that that's what happened.
Yeah.
And my mom was like kind of pissed, like at my uncle, her brother, being like, why are you giving him these type of, like, he can like Spider-Man and Batman, but what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
what is that? And
Chilled. Do
yeah.
you know when the Darksiders comic came out?
I believe it was probably around the same time Darksiders 1 happened. At least for the first one.
You mean the first, because there's the graphic iteration, but there's also the Darksiders comic came out, literally it was released with the game, because I have the physical copy.
Yeah, it's cool that they had all of the Horseman designs done back then.
Yeah.
They had Lilith show
Because
up.
Fury's
Horseman
early
show
design
up
was
and everything.
weird.
when you bought Darksiders 1, if you spent the extra $29.95
Yeah, I
or whatever,
do indeed have a digital
Yeah.
copy of the comic. I was just curious as to when it released.
like I don't know where it is, but I have a physical copy, and it came
Yeah,
with
the
Darksiders.
graphic adventure is the first comic, and then they did a second one for when what's-it-called 2 came out as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they definitely changed Fury's design quite a bit. Well, some aspects of the Fury design.
Yeah, it came out December 2009.
Yeah.
So yeah, right
Yeah, if
before
you're
it.
thinking the one by Vigil or whatever, yeah, that came out with. Yeah, because Fury had this weird like silver face and all this shit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So,
Pre
Should we go in chronological order or game order?
let's go in game order, because we can talk about how the games change from the foundation of Darksiders 1. So, Darksiders 1, you play war, the apocalypse happens prematurely, mankind goes extinct, war is blamed for it, and he's out to prove his innocence by punishing those responsible for it.
All while being
That's-
accompanied by the Joker, basically.
By being accompanied by Mark Hamill.
Which just made the game. We had literally Captain Nuke, Take, and the Joker on the same team. I was there for it.
I wonder if Mark Hamill remembers being in Darksiders, because I'm pretty sure he does not remember that time he was in a Persona game or something.
He was in a Persona game?
I'm
never
He
pretty
knew.
does
sure
he does a lot of voice work, man. He can't remember it all.
That's probably. I doubt he remembers that time he recorded like 30 lines for a game 13 years ago. So yeah, Darksiders 1. Pretty good game, right?
Yes.
My
I
favorite.
like how
in the series.
much you can feel the power as playing as War. You're a lot slower compared to Fury and Death, but you can like actually stand your ground by blocking.
Yeah. So I like the game quite a bit. I think the combat's really solid. Story's good. Puzzles are good. I think the game takes a little bit to like really get in the zone, get a really good feel for it, because I think like the first hour or so is just kind of like, you're just kind of going between kind of generally the same looking areas, just killing a bunch of zombies or whatever. But then you get to
enough of
Twilight
your
Cathedral.
horse.
And oh man, Twilight Cathedral's a really good dungeon.
Yes, I love it.
So
I would
great
say-
starting dungeon.
It's probably the best dungeon in the game.
It is
Probably.
so fun. I love the fact that Twilight Cathedral, that's when you knew it was a Zelda type game, because you had the puzzles and the mini bosses, and it felt like we finally had Nintendo with graphics. It was so it was, because I'm not gonna lie to you guys, PS2 might have been great, but let's be real, Nintendo still was number one in that genre. Way back when, in that generation, Nintendo was still on top, well up until the PS3. Nintendo was the GOAT.
They
And
were
their
dominant.
games and their gameplay and their characters were the GOAT. Darksiders decided, hey, we can do that and just make it darker but still have the same feel. That's what I think appealed to a lot of gamers who all own GameCubes but still wanted to play.
Best thing about Twilight Cathedral is, you know how in Zelda games, the moment you get the boomerang, it's like useful for one dungeon and it becomes completely irrelevant afterwards. When you get the boomerang in Darksiders, it actually feels like kind of worthwhile. You can use it as a weapon. It's nice to know that.
Because you only got, what was in Darksiders 1? You only got like 4 new actual weapons.
You got, well, you start
You
off
got
with Chaos Eater, then you get the Crossblade, you get
Scythe.
you get the Scythe,
That's
you get the
Scythe. You got
fists.
Mercy.
Yeah, Mercy. Do we get any other weapons? I think that's it. In terms of actual weapons, I think that's it. So you get
No,
like
you get something from Fury.
yeah, you get 4.
You must get something.
I
Anyways,
think
point is-
Fury's the one we don't get anything from.
Point is that you, as Chill was saying, everything felt relevant, and even if you didn't want to play with the shuriken shit or the scythe, you wanted the gun. Like, it still felt relevant. Like, I use
it's
Mercy
just-
all the time. Like,
It's
I don't
good.
need to. I want to.
it's good Metroidvania mechanics to introduce a mechanic and then just kind of use it throughout the rest of the game. Yeah, the dungeons have like a general theme for a new mechanic that gets introduced, like Twilight Cathedral is the crossblade. The Hollows or whatever, where you fight the Griever, it's got the big fist. The Ashlands have got the time slowing stuff, and then Iron Canopy or whatever, that's got the grappling hook. Each of them kind of has their own little gimmick, but then you use that in like every time you get a new thing, you use it in each dungeon after that.
And that's what I liked about it. Like, Zelda games do that. Like, you still need their items, but as Chill was pointing out, like the boomerang, especially in Ocarina of Time, you need it unless you're a completionist. You need it for one dungeon, and you never use it again. Like, so, Darksiders sort of perfected the theory by having longer dungeons. Because let's be real, they had 5 dungeons instead of 8.
Right.
So, in the same size game, we can argue, but the dungeons were bigger and longer.
Right.
So
each dungeon kind of has like a 2-parter. It's kind of divided into 2 parts. You have the first part, and then the mini boss, and then you get the other part, the main boss.
Which
the
is very
gap between these two varies greatly.
Which I'm glad you said that, Misc, because that's exactly how Zelda works. Because when you play a Zelda game, you go into a dungeon, you beat as many areas as you can until you fight a mini boss for the item of the dungeon. Then you get to explore the second half of the dungeon because you have the item where you couldn't get to other rooms before because you needed the item. Then you beat the dungeon. So in Darksiders 1, that's why it's so Zelda heavy, is because it's definitely inspired. But that's not a bad thing, and it perfected some things that were sort of lacking in Zelda. So Darksiders 1, like as you said, the Twilight Cathedral is one of the best parts of any game. Like from start to finish, you just have a good time.
It was funny. I was thinking about it at some point when I went through there a couple of weeks ago. I think it was when I was completing the elevator for the swords, and I was done with it. And then I had this realization of, who the fuck would design a place to work like this? What kind of psychotic architect designed this place? Under New York.
Someone with 100 years on his hands, because that's how long it took. From
I
most say New Yorker.
I see all the lava under there, and I can't help but think of that one post from someone who watched Terminator 2, and they were like, why is there a lava factory in downtown Los Angeles?
I mean, you could say that the lava came when the demons
It's
appeared.
safe to assume it's because of hell showing up.
Yes.
I mean, I'm still salty here because I'm sitting here with 2 platinums, not 3, and my trophy collection because I can't get Aerial fucking Predator. You can't kill 160 enemies on that fucking run. I don't.
You gotta kill all the fucking bugs, all those little bug bastards. You gotta kill those ones, I bet.
I have literally watched people do it, followed it perfectly, never unlocked it. Never done it.
One day you'll get it. One day.
You'll never get it.
One day I'll pick up my. You know what's gonna be funny? I'm gonna pick up my PS3 controller, turn on Darksiders, do it, and do it in one shot like it was no big deal.
13 years.
Exactly. It will have been 13 years because I am one step away from that platinum. And once again, Misc, as you know, Darksiders 3 should be the platinum I do not get.
Yeah.
But I got that one.
Listen, you've beaten the inferior Souls-likes. You'll have a great time with Bloodborne.
I should. That's gonna be fun. Once I'm done the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, I am gonna do the Bloodborne one. That's gonna be fun.
How much?
Send you to London.
I don't know how long a Yu-Gi-Oh game is. How long do you think you have left in that one?
Oh Christ! I got like another 10 streams.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Jesus.
Yeah, I got a while. Well, the maps are so fucking long. Like, here's the thing. There's only 20 levels of story, right? But each map takes sometimes it can take 20 minutes, but it can take an hour and a half. Depends. And I don't have a speed up function. That's the problem. I don't have the speed up function. So on this particular ROM, so I'm stuck
Oh, it
watching
takes a
every
while.
single like it's really cool, but every single animation you gotta watch Blue Eyes White Dragon, White Lightning attack. All right, yeah, I get it. You attacked. Move on. So, but anyways, yeah, no, I'll get to Bloodborne probably next month, maybe the end of next month.
Well, that will be wonderful.
Yeah, I will try. But anyway, so I want to say, but in case we're moving on to Darksiders 2, I want to say Darksiders 1 is definitely one of the best games I've ever played because it had the perfect combination. It wasn't too long, it wasn't too short. It had great voice, some of the best voice acting, just period, in video gaming. And it made me want more. Like, they had a cliffhanger ending without making it feel like if there never was a sequel, the game would still feel complete. But at the same time, I hunger for more, and they left it open-ended to be
And
no,
we keep just
not alone.
going backwards in
It's
the
a
timeline.
cliffhanger we're still waiting on as well.
Isn't
So-
the Book of Revelations the one where the world ends? That's the part of the Bible where the apocalypse happens.
yeah,
So
something like
Darksiders Revelations should be the one where we play all four of them. That's the first one where we go past
Yeah,
Darksiders 1.
no, yeah.
We had
But
Darksiders
anyway,
Genesis
I-
for the Book of
Darksiders
Genesis.
1 story before we move on to 2.
Yeah, what more about the story?
The plot twists, I guess.
Ah, the plot twists. The plot twists are pretty good. Abaddon's...
Samael. Can we
I
talk about
love
Samael?
Samael. He's great. I've basically put him in my D&D setting.
Samael
Don't blame
is
you.
so fucking cool.
He's the guy. He's the coolest guy in Darksiders. You know, in a franchise where we have literal death and a horseman of the apocalypse who's been using guns since fucking biblical times.
But his voice actor just makes it like fantastic. Like, horseman, I like stories that have a happy
Happy ending.
ending. This is what I'm going to do for you, horseman. And then he gets enraged, and I love like the graphics. I know they're not great at the time, but at the time they were fantastic.
It's still really cool when he fucking roars in War's face and you've got like all of the fucking flame and embers coming out and War just
flame in
doesn't
his
care.
face, and it's like, I will crush you like a bug. And it's like, fucking A. Samael was the man. 'Cause
Samael
he's
is that guy. He is him. He is the
He
closest thing we've seen
Yeah.
to the devil from
and
the Bible.
the fact that he's like, hey, I can kill the destroyer, but he caught me off guard. I had a bad day. I was hungover. It sucked.
I was
So,
hungover. I wasn't prepared for the
you-
fact that he was getting power from the Well of Souls and he's kind of invincible or whatever. I wasn't prepared for
Hey,
that.
You are going on a mission anyways. Why not in the meantime? Hey, I can get you to the destroyer. You do this shit for me. And don't tell me War didn't know by the third heart that he was helping Samael, because bullshit. War's not that stupid. He knew. He just didn't
Oh,
care.
here, I have a great idea. I already did these previously, so I know where I'm placing them. But for general discussion, let me just fucking, slap a tier list on here. Why not? Let's do a little tier listing.
Oh, I love tier
Here we
lists.
go. Are we doing like power scaling? Are you saying?
Well, we can do a little power scaling, but this is just the bosses from each game.
Oh.
Now, I don't know why.
Exquisite.
I don't know why they do this thing. Also, I can hear a little bit of echo in someone's mic. I don't know if it's Child's or not.
It's probably me. I apologize.
No worries.
If
try to
it's
fix
me,
it.
let me know. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's
The
you.
devil from the Bible?
Yes.
No, Lucifer from the Bible. They're a very different character, apparently.
Apparently. So I already did this, like, after I finished Darksiders 1 a couple weeks ago, so I already know where I'm putting everything. Let me change the names to Raid.
So, are we
Good.
ranking? How are we ranking these?
I'm
Miss?
just ranking them. Well, I was kind of ranking them my experience of the last playthrough, but it's just kind of like how much I like them.
Okay.
I'll try to
Oh,
do it
there's
in order.
mini bosses included. Oh,
Yeah,
let's
they
go.
include some of the mini bosses on here.
All right.
I'll
I don't
try to do
remember
them in
all
order.
of them, but
Hopefully
go.
that's a bit better.
We'll leave Strong.
Tiamat is A tier, right out of the gate.
Honestly, I would actually throw Tiamat up into the Great. Yeah, I can
I
hear
can
myself.
agree.
Would you? All right. I'm good with that. Because I just it was such. It's a simple fight, but it's your first major, like your big fight.
I have an
in the-
idea.
It's your first proper. It's not like
Right.
that beginning buzzer.
Chilled.
Yeah.
Yes.
Turn down your mic sensitivity. That's what it's picking up.
Apologies, will do.
That's what it is. Either you don't have headphones in,
Well, even I
or
hear
even
the
if you
echo.
do, even if you don't have headphones in, I think if you turn down your input sensitivity on Discord, it'll stop picking us up and just pick up you. Or you put on headphones. I don't know.
Wait, you're talking to me?
Or no, chill.
Oh.
Oh God.
Okay,
It's
I've
become
turned
more
it down a
intense.
bit.
More intense. You
I've
put
turned
it
it
in the
down.
other direction. You turned it up.
Oh wow, I get. Whoa, dude.
I have so much
thought it was
experience
drinking,
from
but
this.
I'm smoking now. Let's go.
Chilled. Do you have headphones you can wear? You have headphones.
Yes, these are headphones.
Now it's echoing
Oh,
you too.
God.
How is this possible?
Oh my god, that's amazing.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
This is so cool though.
Hello.
Oh.
Wait, I didn't hear anything that time. Oh my God!
Oh, no.
Killed. Leave the call and rejoin. How is it getting worse? What are you doing?
So we're entering the Twilight
It
Zone.
started off like kind of noticeable, and then it's getting worse.
It got so bad. What the fuck? Oh my god, but it was so fun though. Chilled. That was awesome. You made my night.
Oh
man.
my God. So funny.
Holy shit, that was so cool.
Oh my God. That was hilarious.
Wow. Just wow. That's all I gotta say.
The simulacrum, the beast. Anyway.
Alright, so who do we got up next,
Oh, I
miss?
totally forgot. Totally forgot to place the first bosses, the mini bosses. The Phantom General, the guy guarding Samuel's jail. He's alright. He's basically just a big enemy.
Yeah,
That's the finishing line.
he's fun, but he's average.
He's just a souped up enemy. And then we got
Yep.
the Jailer, which you get to use the crossblade on. And that's cool. Chilled.
I think
Just mute yourself when you're not
Hopefully
talking.
that's Yes, will do.
Okay.
so. Let's go. I'm gonna argue for the Jailer going. Oh wait, you've already put him.
Chilled.
above.
Just mute yourself. Don't deafen yourself, and just mute the stream so you're up to date with the conversation. Child. Just mute yourself. Don't deafen. This is incredible.
This is so crazy.
It's like being in a big cave.
Yeah. So as long as the Jailer should be in good tier as far as I'm concerned, but you putting him at the top of okay, we'll keep it there for now, and then we'll.
For me personally,
Yes.
he's really easy and basic. You just step away from him, you throw the fucking crossblade, you hit the things, you smack him around a bit, and then you just run to the other side of the room as he freaks out, and then you just do that 3 times.
Just because an enemy's easy doesn't mean he's bad. Tiamat's easy too, but we got her and great.
Well, Tiamat's great because, one, you have the actual fight, you have the presentation, and then you have the lead up to the fight. I really like when you lead into a boss, when it has presence throughout the level, so it's like kind of hyping you up for it in the meantime.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm not saying that I disagree with OK. I'm just curious on when, as this progresses, how far down on OK the Jailer's. That's all.
And okay, it's not bad. It's still positive, I would say.
Yeah, it's still positive. Anything below OK is like, all right.
Yeah. Also, this is largely based on my most recent experience playing through the game.
True. Okay, so next
up there.
What do we got?
I guess the next one's actually the Griever.
By the way.
I encountered him a few times. I guess there's a real Wicked K fight that I never got, but I ran into him a couple times.
That's how you get the abyssal armor, my guy.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I never got it
Well,
all.
part of it or whatever. But anyways, Wicked K is in great, but not top of great.
Interesting. I will just not rank him since I haven't experienced the full thing.
Fair enough.
Let's see here. I guess. I mean, we fight Uriel twice, so I'll just wait until the second encounter with her.
I have Uriel as good. She's fun.
I would agree with that one. The Griever. Any connection with the name there, or?
No. I'm after Final Fantasy VIII, so I'm older than that. But yeah, apparently I'm an ugly bug monster who's fat. So this sucks.
Dreadful.
Everything I hate about everything is in this monster. So
It is kind of gross.
but it is a fun fight.
Yeah, I like the implementation of the new mechanic. I like the fist. I like how you have to, like, you can hide behind the crystals, but you shouldn't, because then you can't destroy them in order to, beat the
Yeah.
fucking boss.
I would put it on the low tier of good or the top of okay.
I would also put it in good. Also, because I really like the finisher on the boss. Where you take the train car, and you just keep smashing in the face.
Oh, that is so good.
And then when
But
you see
I
it's still, like, barely moving around, he just winds it up really far
Alright,
back, and then
listen. I'm going to message Clover and just make sure that you weren't picturing me when you were doing that.
I didn't. It was a big bug monster. It was a big annoying sack of shit.
Yeah, I'm surprised there hasn't been, since you've been playing Darksiders, I'm surprised there hasn't been more references to, the Griever.
No, I remember I was in VC when I got to him last time, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm fighting the Griever. And I joked about it. I was like, oh, it's Griever. And then people were like, where's Griever? I'm like, no, it's a big fucking bug monster. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and honestly, like, if I was going to take a Darksiders name, it would probably be Samael. But if I was going to take one that was going to be one of the 4 chosen, it probably would have been Tiamat, even though she's a girl. Wouldn't have chosen
Tiamat's like it's a mythological name. It's like a fucking Mesopotamian goddess or whatever. Or it's the big dragon bitch in Dungeons and Dragons.
Exactly. So yeah, no, Griever was chosen by Final Fantasy VIII, just so we're clear. But either way, the Griever in Darksiders 1 is still a very fun fight, and can we just say really quick that all the finishers, I love that unlike the Zelda games, in Darksiders, there's always like a spectacular, like extra brutal finisher.
That is definitely the God of War inspirations.
That was so fucking cool, man.
That's probably a lot of where the comparisons come from. Just because, it's a vaguely similar game. You got the action, you got the somewhat hack and slash gameplay, heavy focus on puzzles and such, and then the big spectacle bosses. And then you murder the fuck out of them in a very over-the-top finisher.
Indeed.
So after that, I do believe that's when we go to the Ashlands. And I don't know why they include, like, separate versions. Like, they have 2 versions of Abaddon on here. I'm just going to put one on.
Yeah. I love the Ashlands, man. I don't know what it is. But, no, I should rephrase. I hated the Ashlands. When you get ruined, the Ashlands...
Then it becomes cool, because then it's not annoying anymore.
Yep.
Tiamat's the dragon life goddess of Mesopotamian mythos. That's fascinating.
It depends on what mythos, though. It's same with Beelzebub, Lucifer, Leviathan.
Right.
Whatever book you go by has a totally different. So.
Yeah.
In some cases, Tiamat is like the mother of everything.
Yeah, it varies
greatly. Which is
greatly.
very interesting.
So after that we go to the Ashlands and we encounter the guy that stole our horse. And this fight, it's okay. The actual fight itself, not really anything too remarkable, I would say, but it's really cool the way you kick the shit out of that guy and kill him, and then you get your fucking horse back. It's great.
You chop off his legs.
You can look me in the eyes when I kill you.
Yeah, no, that was
That's
yeah,
pretty good.
that was pretty cool.
And then you get to the Stygian. Now, here's an issue for me. In my most
Oh,
recent
let's
playthrough of
go.
the game, I
Mhm.
experienced a glitch that I saw other people posted about, where for some reason the Stygian just doesn't take any damage from Mercy. So I was riding around for like 30 fucking minutes shooting that thing every time it came up, shooting all the fucking grubs or whatever, and like nothing was happening. I was like, am I doing something wrong? I find out it's a glitch. So I let myself get killed. It takes like 10 fucking minutes for the grubs to kill me. Then I started over again. I beat it in like 5 minutes.
So
There's
you
nothing
have a
wrong with the
bad
boss
experience.
itself. It
I'm
was
gonna
just an
put
annoying experience.
I'm gonna put Stygian on bottom of good because Stygian was fun because it was the first and probably our only real battle on horseback.
Yeah.
A lot of fun having a horseback fight. This is before Twilight Princess, remember? Before horseback combat started to become a thing. So for me, I love that we had a fast-paced horse-esque content. I can't put him below good for me, but
Yeah.
or sorry, like anything lower. But
I would probably put it up there. I had it down in meh because of the bad experience because I was just based on my experience playing, where it's like I basically
right.
wasted 30 minutes because of a glitch.
Well, it's funny because I was in 90 Hem stream last week talking about One Piece arcs.
Uh-huh.
And I said, my first experience with Romance Dawn, the beginning of One Piece, is absolutely terrible. So, based on that, I got to put Romance Dawn in C tier. I don't think Romance Dawn is C tier, but my own personal experience, I don't really like that arc. Now, going forward, I love One Piece, but it doesn't mean I think highly of Romance Dawn. So, yeah, sort of have to take the good with the bad in that regard. And I even said, I would personally rank it as probably a C or a B. If you guys want to put it in A, that's fine. I understand why. I'm
Probably
just,
B tier.
so but it's one of those, right? Like sometimes, like what the reason I bring that up, Miss, is because your comparison saying, I have an experience with this thing. I know it's supposed to be a fun boss, but shit went down, and yeah, fuck.
I could feel the carpal tunnel setting in. I was like, how much fucking longer do I have to keep hitting this button until this thing fucking dies?
Yeah, and I get that. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
like
if you wanted to
if
put it at the top of okay, I get it.
Yeah.
bosses are all about the experience. I feel like if you fought it more, the experience would probably improve.
I
But
have
because of
fought it
the
once
bugs,
before.
it would have got worse.
I have done a full playthrough of the game prior to that replay, and I think I enjoyed it. It was a while ago, so I can't remember the exact experience.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that, we go to Iron Canopy. We got this thing that definitely gets reskinned as Karkanos, and Darksiders 2 is whatever. Now, Silitha, I want to know your opinion on this, because I fought her, and I thought it was because I thought she was way too fucking fast for the game she's in. Maybe it's because I was playing on keyboard, and I was not used to playing Darksiders on a keyboard,
Why?
but
You
it was
didn't
like,
play with a controller? That explains a lot.
okay, yeah, because it was like, this bitch is moving too fucking fast for me to keep up with.
She's okay at best, but meh is all right for her. Like she's not a bad. I don't think any of these. If we put anything in bad, that'll be surprising to me. But yeah, like controller makes it easier, man.
I imagine. Shame I couldn't be patient enough to wait like a week to go back to my dad's house where I have my PS5 and just play through the rest of the game there.
If you want to put her in
Probably
meh,
would've fit
whatever.
in better
I'll
with,
put her
like,
higher
the
in meh.
two-player style.
It was just like, dude, she's too much.
She wasn't
for this
exactly.
fucking game.
She wasn't fun, but the thing was, she wasn't hard either. So it's sort of like, how do you be like, oh my god, this boss sucked when I killed her in 2 minutes? Like,
At least the
how do
finisher
I-
was really cool.
Yeah, so that's why, like, yeah.
So then we get to the Black Throne. Oh man.
Hey, Misc.
Yeah.
The beams. Redirect the beams.
I was there the
I
first
love
time.
your ass, but shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, when people complain about like backseating NPC dialogue in like God of War Ragnarok, all I can think of is the beams. Redirect the beams.
Even if you do it, listen, man, I had that shit down to a science. I can do the Black Throne in like a Rubik's Cube. I still have to hear that line like 18 times, even if you do it perfectly. You still have to hear it.
The
Like, you
first
do not avoid
time
it.
I played through that, I was hanging out with Clover, and it was naturally first time through the Black Throne. It takes you like 3 fucking hours. So, oh my god. By the time it was the end of it, we were just like, the beams, redirect the beams.
Yeah. It's so, and you know what's sad? Such a great voice actor. So you're not even mad. You're
It was just like, shut
frustrated.
up! Azrael,
Yeah,
shut the
it's
fuck
like,
up, I
shut up.
know!
I love, like, it's sort of like if Samael kept saying horseman to you, you'd be like, yeah, Samael, I
No,
know.
it was funny
My
because,
panties are supposed to get wet right now. I get it. But shut the
no,
fuck up.
do you know what was really funny about that? Samael's there to give commentary in the final boss of Genesis, and like any Darksiders boss encounter, the dialogue keeps getting used over and over again, so he keeps saying like the same 2 lines every 5 minutes or whatever. It's not as bad as this, but it's like, yes, Samael, I know. I know.
I know. I get it. But once again, it's Samael talking, so.
So I tolerate it. Also, it's
Exactly.
totally fine because the other voice you keep hearing repeat lines is fucking Keith David, so it's totally cool.
I mean, yeah,
Every
right.
time Samael repeats a line, it's just like, "Oh, he's beneath you."
He
And
he
it's
is
like, oh,
beneath you. I know,
he's
Samael.
hyping you up, but it's so backhanded.
I know, Samael. That's why I'm stressed out of my fucking skull, iframing through all these attacks. Oh man, wow. I don't have a tier list for Genesis bosses, but I'll actually, we'll probably not talk about it too much because Griever hasn't played through the game. So,
No, I watched most of your streams. I missed 2,
oh,
like
okay,
part
okay.
2 or whatever, but
All
I
right.
watched the other
We'll,
ones.
we'll talk about it a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
So we go to the Black Throne, the worst section of the game. Why is it the worst section of the game? Well, there's 2 reasons. The pacing is fucking
beams.
abysmal. The beams annihilate the pacing of the game.
Meanwhile, you know what pisses me off?
What?
You get introduced to Azrael, awesome character. You also Black Throne, like architecturally and just design wise, gorgeous.
Yeah, and
What
also it's the place you've spent the whole game trying to get to. So there's a lot
Right,
of hype
and
leading
why
into
is
it.
it so annoying? Like this could have been Bowser's Castle level cool, and like design wise alone, this could have been Bowser's Castle.
Here's why the Black Throne is such a fucking abyss of pacing. It's so repetitious. Oh my god, it's just doing basically the same thing for an hour 3 times, and then you fight the same fucking boss 3 times. This fucking construct you can only do damage to if you get the correct portal placings, and then you manage to do the platforming
they
through the
consider
portal at
that
the
a
correct
boss?
positioning.
Alright.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
You fight 3 of the same fucking thing. That's not a good enemy.
I'm surprised they actually listed it as boss because when I said that nothing would be bad, I wasn't looking at the list.
Yeah,
And
like, no, that's bad, yeah.
fair enough. I was about to say anything else, nothing else belongs on that tier, but
I
still.
love the portal mechanics. in
Yeah, so
Darksiders.
anyway, you get the plot revelations about, like, fucking, the plot, all the shit Azrael and Abaddon and Ulthane did, and then you get your grudge match against Straga. It's a decent fight, I would say. I would say it's good.
It's okay. It's lower end of good.
Yeah, I would agree, because you get the good build-up to it. It's the grudge match. Straga's design's cool, the arena's cool. It's neat implementation of the new portal mechanic, and the finishers are really cool. But the fight itself is really unremarkable. At least relatively speaking. He does like 2 attacks, he does nothing after summoning some enemies, and then you just teleport again. Still, an enjoyable experience, I would say.
Yeah, like as I said, I would put it in the lower tier of good because I found by that point this is almost a joke of a boss. Like every other boss was like, let's implement some great strategy and stuff like that. And once again, going on the Zelda sort of style of you use the weapon you found in that dungeon, that area, to fight the boss. This one felt like, oh my god, can I just not just hack and slash your ass? I'm clearly going to kick your ass. If I stood here, I wouldn't lose.
Right.
Like he felt underwhelming by that point in the game to me.
Yeah.
So that's why he's on the lower 10 of good, and maybe that's just my experience with it, but I think by a certain point in the game, sort of the whole get good that the Souls games sort of inspired before the Souls games existed, by that point, you were
Before
so
the
good at
Souls
the game.
games got popular. 'Cause
Yeah,
Demon Souls was
exactly.
already out. Demon Souls came out in 2009, but they
Yeah,
weren't that
yeah.
popular
Demon
yet.
Souls was already out, but nobody played it, my man. Nobody
Yeah,
played.
it was a fucking an extremely niche thing. I don't even know
Yeah,
when it
it
got
was
released to
very
Western
niche.
audiences because it was
Dude,
like one of
I was a trophy hunter, and I bought games like Thor, God of Thunder, and Captain America and Green Lantern, and all those games just to platinum and get my trophy level up.
I
I
vaguely
did not buy.
remember a friend having a Green Lantern game, and I remember it
Yeah,
seeming really
because
cool when I was in second grade. I don't remember anything beyond that.
I'll be honest with you. Here's what you did. You looked up PS3/4 trophies.org and you looked up a game and it would have the trophy difficulty. If it was below a 5, me and my buddy would go and buy the game and return it in a weekend. We would go, we would platinum the game, get our trophy level up, return the game, get our money back.
Fascinating.
Yeah, like that was what you did. So, but Demon Souls was a 10 out of 10. We said, fuck that, we're not doing
Oh
it.
yeah, Demon Souls is fucked for getting achievements because with FromSoft games, you gotta go through New Game Plus cycles to get everything. Now, to be fair, New Game Plus cycles are usually easier to get through because
Oh no, Street Fighter still holds the challenge. Street Fighter's still the best. You need to literally work out for like a year.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a trophy. It's weird, man. I forget how it works, but you literally need to work out for a year. There's
I've
no way.
seen
There's no way to go.
Stanley Parable has. I don't remember if you were there when Playfree was playing the new edition of Stanley Parable, and there was a trophy. There's an ending trophy you get for press this button to save this baby for 4 hours, and he did it.
Wow. Yeah. See, it's something like that. It's stupid. You need to, I don't know, do like 10 push-ups a
Stanley
day.
Parable has intentionally silly achievements. There's a trophy you get for Stanley Parable where it's like, yeah, don't play the game for 10 years or something. It's
Yeah,
fucking
like
nuts.
those are the times like, how the fuck am I supposed to do that?
You're supposed to wait 10 years, I guess.
I guess.
So after that's over, you go to Eden and you fight Shadow War.
I like Shadow War. I'm going with top of OK.
I would agree with that because he's kind of
I
basic,
love shadow fights.
but he's cool. But
It's
again,
very Zelda, Dark Link. I get it.
yeah. After that, you got Uriel, who I'd say is good, pretty good. All in
I
all,
would
I'd say.
put at the top of good.
I would agree. I love humanoid
Funner
enemies in
than
video
Saga,
games.
funner than the Griever, funner than like a little annoying at times, but you fight her twice, and both fights are good.
You ever notice how humanoid boss enemies are almost always the best?
Yeah, they usually are.
It's something about an enemy that plays under a similar rule set as you, or at least, being easier to understand while still being difficult.
True.
So after Uriel...
I'll call 1 sec.
Oh, no problem. Let's catch up with the chat a little bit here. Yeah, we saw Lucifer in Darksiders Genesis, technically. We just saw that he was possessing a person, but we haven't seen what he actually looks like. I've seen, I think it's fan art. I don't know if it's actual concept art, or if it's fan art that a person drew and they're like, this is my concept art for Lucifer and Darksiders. And he's what you'd expect. He's the pretty boy with the long blonde hair, It's fucking
Most
it's Tolkien's
scenes,
idea
like,
of
his
the evil
eyes.
guy. You know, it's Sauron's elf form.
I
It looks
feel like
good.
we've only seen his eyes in
We
like
have
2,
only
and
seen
that's
his
it.
eyes, and the reason for that
Very
is because we're
menacing.
fucking saving him for he's gonna be the big bad. Yeah, that griffin that fought Tiamat is an MVP. Just some griffin who was able to fight a fucking chosen for like an hour. Shout out to that griffin. Lucifer may become the new ruler of hell, but I would not be shocked if we fight Samael for real whenever we get to play all 4 horsemen. Because every time Samael's shown up, pretty much every time Samael's shown up, I don't remember if he says it in Genesis, but it's basically when they show up, Samael's like, really? They only sent less than all of you? That would not have been my call. I think that's suboptimal. I don't think that's a very good choice.
The real plot twist will be that Volgrim takes over. Volgrim will be the final boss.
I trust Volgrim to not do anything too evil, because he doesn't seem like a particularly ambitious guy. He just wants his yummy souls and to sell funny little trinkets to people through his void portals. Griever was the beta tester for Minesweeper? Yeah, he's that old. Crazy to think about.
Now that I think about it, we've technically had 2 war boss fights now in this series.
We have had 2 boss fights against War.
That's weird to think about. Not to mention, the OST for the war boss fight, aka the Crowfather, is really cool.
It is a really good OST.
And it's so short-lived.
Well, you know, the Darksiders 2 soundtrack. It's pretty good.
It's kind of goated.
That is indeed one of the things it's most recognized for, is its soundtrack being really good. Yeah, the soundtrack is weirdly short for like a 20-something hour game. To only have like a, I don't know, hour and 45-minute long soundtrack, that seems kind of short. Though you can tell they reuse quite a few tracks. The only I don't even think the Guardian theme is exclusive to the Guardian. I think they use it at a few other points. But I know Stains of Heresy and the Lord of Blackstone are unique to their bosses. And that's why they stand out a lot. But we're gonna get to Darksiders 2 when we're done with this.
Oh my
Okay,
god,
this all
my
looks so
favorite.
good to me. Yep.
So we got our final boss here, Abaddon. The Destroyer. Not to be confused with Abaddon the Despoiler from Warhammer 40k.
Yeah. Bottom of...
I would say... I would
Good?
argue Abaddon's probably the best boss.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the
Abaddon
best
kinda
build-up,
loses
got a
some
lot
value.
of narrative and emotional significance, you fight him on horseback in the dragon form, and
Yeah.
you have a pretty
that's fair.
good 1v1 humanoid battle against him in his second
Alright.
phase, which looks really cool, and then you get the great finisher.
I'm gonna
The
put
most disappointing
bottom of
thing
great for me,
about
but...
Destroyer
Do you
is
consider
that
Tiamat the best boss?
Yeah, Wicked K to me is the best boss, but since you never fought him, really,
It's
so...
fair.
Wicked K is just so fun. He's like, oh, there's Brooke from One Piece with a top hat
I
in
put
my fucking
Abaddon on
Darksiders
top.
game. It's too fun.
And
But
so,
yeah, I consider Tiamat the legitimate best boss. Yeah.
that's fair,
Probably.
that's fair. Anywho.
Frostbane in the DLC for 2 uses the same model as the Destroyer.
Like
which
the
I think is
same
kinda interesting.
skeleton or whatever?
Skeleton, yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, that's an armored
They're
four-legged
both
dragon boss.
dragons.
Griever, did you ever play the Darksiders 2 DLCs?
I can't honestly remember.
They seem like a lot of people have never played them, and honestly, I'm not upset about that, because as a result, I had no idea that Frostbane existed until I played the DLC.
Oh no, I did because I'm looking at my guide and I have Darksiders 2 the Death
Death Definitive Edition. Well, because you access the DLCs separately after you unlock them.
Oh yeah, but I would have played it at the
Hmm.
time. So I
So,
don't remember a lot. All I remember is being a little disappointed on how once Darksiders 2 opened up and I realized, oh, it's not heaven, hell, and earth. There's all these other things. And then we have makers and other gods and all this shit. And I'm like, oh, like it's sort of, not that it's
I
bad
love
now,
Slash
but it
people
sort of
being
ruined
their
my
own
perception.
because it was like Darksiders, the
Was
vision.
heaven, hell, and earth.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we're entering, not only is there hell, oh, but no, there's also the land of the dead, which is separate. Then there's also the world of the makers, which is not God, but it's separate.
And we've
then
got, there's a vast cosmos full of worlds out there.
yeah, and that sort of took me out of it a little bit with Darksiders 2 when it came to lore, so yeah.
But yeah, Darksiders 1 has one of the, what I would consider to be probably one of the most legendary endings of any game ever.
Yep, especially I love, oh my god, I love so much when, like, I mean, Mark Hamill being a villainous person is just, that's what you do. Vincent Price is dead, so now we have Mark Hamill. We are good.
It's funny
So,
how he spends most of the game doing quippy one-liners, and then as soon as Uriel becomes a problem, it's just like, I'm gonna become very misogynistic right now out of nowhere.
yep. But you know what I loved was the whole, and in Darksiders 2, which we'll get to, I love that War knew how to win the day at the end of the at the end of the game. I
Thank you,
love how
Tree
he
of Knowledge, for your future visions.
Yeah. Because but not only that, but just the fact that there's cosmic power, which Darksiders 2 does eventually bring up, but there's cosmic rules above the laws of life and death and the laws of nature. Is that when the 7 seals are broken, the horsemen ride, and their number shall always be 4.
So it doesn't matter if they're dead. They'll be
doesn't
back.
matter if they're dead. They come back to life because 4 horsemen ride. Because the rule of the universe is that when the 7 seals are broken, these 4 ride. That's how death comes back at the end of 2. That's how war comes back at the end of 1. And you know what? It's not overused. I just love the trickery of that. I love the fact that he crushed. No,
Not alone. Oh my god.
Oh, it was so. And then in Zelda fashion, 3 comets coming to the Earth. Let's say it. Let's just call it Din, Nairu, and Pharaoh coming in. Blue, green, and red. You couldn't have painted it any better, man. Like, that's such a Zelda ripoff.
I can't wait till we get payoff for that after 15 years or more.
I know,
That would
like,
be
that's what's
so
crazy is
good.
that, like, I don't care that this is, like, literally one of the biggest Zelda meets the Bible ripoffs of all time. I don't care. It's just so fucking
Can't
good.
believe we ripped off the Bible. Oh, Dylan, Griever's not slandering the makers. It was just the initial, oh, I can't wait to fight more demons and shit. And then you literally only fight demons in one area in Darksiders 2, and it's like the shortest area in the game.
I'm not slandering makers. I just didn't like the fact that all of a sudden, like, I thought we were in more of a Marvel DC world where, all right, we have, Earth, Heaven, and Hell. I thought we had 3 realms because Darksiders 1 has and nobody can tell me otherwise. There was no indication there was anything else. There was Heaven, Hell, and Earth. Then all of a sudden, Darksiders 2 is like, oh no, there's a universe. Wait, what?
But I kind of like that.
No,
I like when there's both.
I like it now. I didn't like it when I first got it. That's
You were
what
a
I'm
bit
saying.
more like less open-minded about it back then.
I was very close-minded about it. It's like, no, there's Heaven, Earth, and Hell, the 3 realms. It makes sense because now adding in these worlds, then it bars the question. It's sort of like that manga problem when a manga series goes on too long. It was sort of like, okay, why didn't the makers intervene here? Why didn't they intervene there? Why didn't they do this? And what about the other worlds? Like, as my worry was, the more we get introduced, like where the King of the Dead, for example, why wasn't he involved in the 100 Years? I still don't have a real answer.
I don't know what he would do. The only thing he talked about then when it's brought up is he's like, man, we do not have the bureaucracy set up for this shit. It's been very inconvenient dealing with this many dead people at once.
Exactly. But instead of being proactive, we're gonna argue that the King of the Dead is just lazy.
I don't know, they're part of the
It's not
divine
even
bureaucracy.
Like he's lazy. It's just his counselor does everything instead.
Yeah, the counselor does everything, and the Lord of Bones just sleeps all the time.
Yeah, I mean, like
That guy's
once
kind
again,
of a schmuck.
I'm okay with everything now. I'm just saying that at the time, you have to remember when you played Darksiders 1, if you have no prior knowledge to the others, because it seems like a lot of your chat, Misc, and you, Chilled, both were introduced to the series post Darksiders 1.
Yeah. Just
I
'cause
got
of-
into Darksiders 1. It was a biblical story. It's sort of like watching the series Lucifer and all of a sudden being saying there's aliens. It's like, hold on. No. We have angels and devils. We don't have. Where did the fuck did aliens enter the mix? It felt odd and weird.
I do
beyond.
feel I don't think the vibe of Darksiders 2 is as immediately enticing as Darksiders 1, like the general premise.
Thank you. That's all I'm trying to say.
Because,
Yeah.
like, listen, the Forge Lands, the Kingdom of the Dead, they're cool.
Oh.
They're neat
I
places.
love the Forge Lands, man.
They're not as cool as fucking Heaven and Hell and Earth during Armageddon. They're not as cool.
No.
Yeah, when you think Darksiders, you do think heaven, hell, apocalypse. You don't think.
And that's very
Scotland
obviously.
and
You don't think
the Land
Marvel
of the Dead.
Cinematic Universe. That's what I'm trying to
Which
say.
is a shame because the Forged Lands are interesting and so is the Land of the Dead.
Yeah,
Dylan,
and I love it
he
when-
was just stating a hypothetical about there being aliens
of
in
course.
Lucifer.
But you know what would be about the Forge Lands is that you know what it felt like to me? It felt like I was playing a World of Warcraft game, like with anything can happen, a fantasy world rather than okay, humans and Earth and Bill Gates exists. You know what I mean? Like it felt it felt out otherworldly. Maybe not a bad thing for Darksiders 2 to go off on, but because I did like the game. But it did feel it felt I think that's the thing, it felt disconnected. Like even the color scheme, like all the bright colors, the big muscles, everything, the Forge Lands felt like if that was plugged in World of Warcraft, could you tell me that it wouldn't feel out of place?
Not really, no.
Exactly, like it was
I do
too
like the Forged Lands for adding color. That is very good.
It
Yeah.
is nice. My favorite place for color in the game was Lost Light.
Yeah.
I love Angel Town, even if it is corrupted
Yeah,
and like
I really do
really
too.
small. I fucking love Lost Light. It's great.
Archon.
Oh, we're gonna get into that. Don't you worry. So plot for Darksiders 2. It takes place in between the opening of Darksiders 1 and the rest of Darksiders 1.
Like everything else.
And Death, the eldest of the horsemen, and supposedly most
The
powerful of
gun.
them, is going on a little fantasy adventure to save his brother. So,
I like this.
I love Death. I love him. He
Oh,
is great.
I'm surprised.
I'll tell you why.
Let's
Death,
go.
I think, has the most range of any of the horsemen in terms of, like, personality and emotion. He can be serious, he can be angsty, he can be sarcastic, he can be jovial, he can be kind of somber. He has a lot of range. The other thing I like the most is that he's literally Death. I guess. And it seems a bit ambiguous as to whether he's literally the Grim Reaper or if he's just a guy named Death. That is his true form.
You're literally the Grim Reaper. So
He is Death itself, but he is like a very compassionate person whose whole motivation is trying to save a person that he cares about.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast how the literal definition of death is trying to bring back life into the world.
Yeah, Death is trying to bring an entire race back to life.
and you know what he does? He kills a lot on the way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Because he's still dead. But Chilled. The echo's
Uh,
happening again.
Yeah, I was just gonna say sorry, but
No worries.
despite how little we see of War's relationship with Death, it's still nice to know, despite the very few amount we get between them, it's still he cares a lot for him.
The way I heard someone describe it is that something that sets Death apart from all the other horsemen is that all of the other horsemen embody things that are only bad and can only be brought about through bad things. Death is the only exception where it's pretty gray. Where, yeah, death can come about in really bad ways, or, you know, you can just have, like, kind of a peaceful death at the end of your life. You know, being fulfilled, surrounded by people you care about. He's the sheer concept that he represents is probably the most neutral of any of the horsemen.
I have a different, not a disagreeing one, but a different thought process on Death.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Death as a character, going off what Chilled said, his thing with his brother, I think it stems from half of brotherly love and half from guilt.
Yeah, guilt's also a
The
really big part of his character arc.
Darksiders 2 is literally Death dealing with guilt. That is the game.
He's straight. Listen, fucking corruption's born from Absalom. Death regrets killing Absalom and the Nephilim. He straight up says to Crowfather, "If I could go back, I wouldn't have done it."
Hold on, we did see it. Like, I mean, this is retroactively stated, but we did see it, as you know, Misc, in Genesis with Strife. Strife doesn't feel good about it either.
Yeah.
But that was retroactively added, so we're not going to talk about it until.
But also, Death was the one responsible for, like, collecting their souls and annihilating them from existence. And
Exactly.
Then didn't do that.
But Strife was there. He carried it out. Same with War. And War, surprisingly, War doesn't like it too much either. Like, he's like,
I imagine none of them were big on killing their entire race.
No, they didn't really like it. They didn't really like it, but we see that personified in Death and Darksiders 2.
Yeah,
and I
because
really like that.
I think the reason it's personified most in Death is, one, they got the idea when it was time to make his game. But he's the eldest of the horsemen. He's considered the leader of the horsemen. He is the one. He killed Absalom, who was the first of the Nephilim.
And then he killed him again.
Yeah, and then he kills him again later. He is the only one that they call Kinslayer. You know, he is the one that everyone's like, oh yeah, you're the one that annihilated your entire race.
And I love that he accepts that from a lot of people. He accepts it from the Crowfather. He accepts it from Samael. He accepts it. But when his mother...
quote unquote mother.
Holy shit. My sin, you... And he just... His... Like... At first, I was like, wait, why is Death acting so out of character when I first played the game? Then I realized, no, he's not. He's been holding in, lashing out to everyone calling him Kinslayer, not slaughtering them for decades, centuries.
For millennia.
And
since
his
biblical
own,
times.
the one who made them is actually bitching at him, and he just loses it.
Oh,
my sin, you mother, and just
the one who, you know, made us, and as a result made us the way we were.
It was said with such passion. I still remember when his eyes went wide, like the Spider-Man cartoon. Like, they can't go wide because they're... And my sin, I still remember how it sounds. It's sat with me, man.
Let me see here. The voice actor for Death, I have not heard him in anything else that I'm aware of.
Oh, I've heard him before.
He is so good. I am so sad they could not get him back for Darksiders 3 for that brief cameo.
Yeah.
Let me stop screen sharing for now, because I'm figuring out other stuff in the meantime.
But you know what the problem with... I learned from watching a lot of Team 4-Star stuff that Team 4-Star even acknowledges, like, here's what the companies will do to get away from shit, is that if they have, I believe it's 28 words is the call off. 28 words or less, or no speaking lines, the company will do their damnedest to make sure that it's under 28 lines or 28 words, sorry, just so they don't have to rehire and pay the voice actor.
Yeah.
Like,
Michael
they are
Wincott.
stingy as fuck.
Who else has Michael Wincott voiced? Michael
I think-
Wincott, what are your other roles?
He does bit roles, I believe.
Oh, he was the scorpionish guy in Treasure Planet. He
Yeah.
played the Prophet of Truth in Halo 2, and that's it.
No,
He's
he's
not in a lot. That's it for like his
Kinda
major roles that I
someone
recognize.
So good.
major roles, but I think he does a lot of uncredited. That's the problem too. Like Mark Hamill said that he did over 1,000 voice roles, but if you go on his fucking thing, he's done like 100. But he clearly has done back probably in '77 when he was just trying to make money. He probably did a bunch of shit unpaid.
Yeah.
Like if you
Steampunk's-
heard the dude who said, "I took an arrow to the knee" and stuff, he'd be like, "Hey, it's you. You must be in a bunch of shit." He's like, "Hey, you know."
Let's see here. Dylan says, well, death in most religions is considered kind, like an old man or good comrade coming to greet you. Listen, we don't talk positively about Harry Potter much these days, but one of the best parts of Harry Potter is when they talk about the incarnation of death in the story of the Deathly Hallows. You know, when he comes for the last guy. And it's like, oh, he death,
You know
death
what?
like an old friend.
I'm gonna just straight up say, fuck politics. I love Harry Potter. I don't give a fuck what
I
the
like
author.
the Harry Potter movies. It's just an issue because when you buy her shit, the royalties all go to her,
listen.
and she's made her whole personality around being transphobic.
Yeah,
Now it's fucking.
And Misc, I do. Here's one thing. Noxtaku made a video on this, and whether you like him or not, it's irrelevant. My point is, as I agree with his statement, was if I can separate art from the artist and don't give a fuck about royalties, that's fine. If you cannot do that, that's also fine. Both stances are respectable. What's not respectable is you judging me for buying Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah.
That's the end of the day. If I want to go and buy it right this fucking minute and play it while we're streaming, nobody should judge me. Like, you're transphobic because you're playing a Harry Potter game.
Yeah, it was, oh my god, you're
I'm
playing
playing Harry
a game
for
for
all
a
you
franchise you have a bunch of nostalgia for? Oh my god.
Exactly. That's like if tomorrow, as I've always said, that's like if tomorrow it came out that Tolkien was a pedophile. It's like, is Lord of the Rings now not a good story? Shut the fuck up. No, it's still the greatest story ever told. I don't give a fuck. Whatever comes out about somebody like 30 years, I don't care. You don't have to agree with the person, you know? Like right now we're talking about Darksiders. If it came out with that one of the many was a murderer, does now Darksiders the game suck?
No, obviously.
Yeah, so it seems so foolish to me, man.
Steampunk says Darksiders' death and Neil Gaiman's death are my personal favorite personifications. Not familiar with the Neil Gaiman version. Is that the one that's in Sandman?
Neil Gaiman's version? Yeah, I think that's Sandman. Yeah.
Haven't seen or read
Is
it.
it-
Have heard it's good though.
Yeah, I need to read it.
Realist Medell says Death in Castlevania doesn't give a crap. I love Castlevania Death. I remember because there are always people that are like, oh, it's so fucking cringy the way he talks. No. It's so good that Death, who's like 1 billion years old, is just so sick of everyone's nonsense.
Oh, were you talking
He's
that
like-
Netflix stuff?
Yeah, he's like, listen to me, you gobby
Yeah,
little shit.
No, you know what I loved is that Bill Nye is like, you want to bring back Vlad fucking Trepes? Like, he's just... I love the fact that Bill Nye was done. He was like, you did all of this to bring back Vlad Trepes. Are you fucking kidding? You know what I love about that? At the same time of like calling at the audience like, fucking, he's one guy. But at the same time, also hyping up that Dracula is so fucking good. that
I love
Death
the way
himself
Death talked about him,
wants to
where he
bring
was
him
like,
back to life.
listen, I'm Death. I can't kill a world. Dracula was gonna do that for me.
Dracula was
like-
gonna do. Dracula was gonna do what literal death could not.
He was like,
That's
oh my god,
awesome.
Death was great. He was gonna kill all life on Earth, and I would have feasted upon all of it and become the most powerful being on the planet. I would never be hungry again. And then you people fucking killed him.
Yeah, it was awesome. You know what? You know what I love about that too? I still am sort of pissed, but because we're not getting a new season, we eventually will.
We're gonna get the
Yeah.
version with Richter.
But they're alive. They did come back because the portal was open. They went through at the end of the season. If you remember, they're alive.
Yeah.
So but the difference is Dracula has no reason to attack humanity because he's got his wife.
Yeah, so it gets the happy ending he deserved.
You know what? And you know what? To be fair, I do feel for the man. Like at the end of the day, I think Dracula was absolutely right. He goes, "You got 1 year. Clean yourselves up, or because you killed my wife, so clean yourselves up. If you don't, I'm going to literally kill
I think
all
it
of
was, I'm giving you a year to leave. If you leave,
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
I'm not gonna
that's what it
follow
was.
you. But I'm gonna
Yeah.
fucking level this place in a year, and then it's like 1 year later since you murdered my wife, and you're throwing a fucking party to celebrate it.
Oh yeah, yeah. They see, in my mind, every human. Even that's what I loved in Universe is that all the characters we like agreed with Dracula. They were like, these people were fucking idiots.
It's like, that was really fucked up.
Like
but
they
also...
deserve to die. Like Dracula literally was lenient that day.
I like when Trevor was like, oh, so what did you do? Oh, they killed his wife. They burned her at the stake. It's like, oh.
Yeah, and Trevor goes, fuck. He's like, oh shit. He knows.
Like, why would you do that?
And you know what else I like about that show? It shows that Dracula was never defeated. He killed himself.
He pretty much let himself be killed because he was like,
I-
no, I'm done. I'm checking out. It's over.
Oh, I no, but also the fact that he beat up the three heroes. But then when he was punching his son in the face, then all of a sudden he's in the room and he goes, my boy, what am I doing? He realized he's crazy.
If only everyone realized that when punching.
I know, but it was so, dude.
No,
was
that's
so
great. That's a
powerful.
wonderful.
I loved because at that point he was basically saying and I also love wordless dialogue. He was asking Alucard to kill him because he just
Listen, there is a reason that For Love is the best episode of Castlevania.
yeah, it just is. It's so good.
Oh, but I love
It's
it.
so good.
Death is so fucking funny.
But Death is also voiced by Patrick Stewart in the Lords of Shadow games.
Oh, that's cool. Now,
so-
his lines, he's so good. Only human hands can reach into the depths of hell. I can't do it. Oh, wait, no. Only human hands can reach into the depths of hell. Isn't that weirdly fucked up? I can't do it.
I like, you know what that sounded like to me? That sound. You do this and I do that. That doesn't seem fair. That fucking Doctor Strange fucking theme.
Anyway, Darksiders 2.
Yes. Anyway, going back to Death. We were talking about Death. It was relevant.
I love Death.
I love Death. We're goth on this stream.
We're real goth here in this one. I just like the idea of Death, being Death, but at the same time, oh, is he like this fucking angsty edgelord that only ever talks about, like, how grim dark the universe is, and, like, ugh, just wanting to kill everyone, like the...
He's not Kira from Bleach.
Like
he's not, oh my god, my blade.
Like the intro to that terrible, edgy game Hatred, he's just like, no, what's Death's motivation? He would save his brother above all else.
And I have to give credit, is that a lot of people complained about the ending of Darksiders 2. I thought it was fantastic.
I really liked the ending.
He has no idea. What people fail to understand is that Death did that, and there was 90 years later. People forget he didn't do this like literally 5 minutes before war was on Earth. When Darksiders 2 happens in year 1.
Let me
War's
look
still
that up
dead for
actually.
another
When does
99 years. Like, people fail to understand the
Darksiders
timeline.
timeline?
See, when Darksiders 1 happened at the very beginning, right? That opening bit, and when the Charred Council punished him and condemned war, that happened, okay?
Yeah.
Darksiders 2 happens right after that. 100 years go by before the next start of Darksiders 1, when the Charred Council says, hey, you want to redeem yourself? Punish people, right? Darksiders 2 happens all within that span. That's only... So when Death throws himself back into the Well of Souls, for war, for my brother, I would give up everything. And he throws himself into the pit. He's dead for decades before he comes back at the end of Darksiders 1.
Yeah.
That didn't happen like 5 minutes later.
I have to wonder, how long did it take the Well of Souls to resow the seeds of humanity?
As
Did
I
it
said,
also? How did it do that? Did it throw a bunch more monkeys onto Earth now or something? I questioned. Like, did it just bring back as humans?
No, the Well of Souls restores souls.
Because
So
I think the way it works is
the
way
Well of Souls come back.
I think the way it's described is basically, oh, people go through the Kingdom of the Dead and they remember who they are, but then they go through the Well of Souls, and that's basically where they get refreshed so they can be reborn as new people.
So maybe everyone gets reborn as new people, but they're still people.
Yeah, I wonder how that would work, and also where they would be coming from.
Darksiders doesn't exactly work on the Darwin theory either.
Yeah.
We're talking a creator god, so...
I wonder, because humanity had to be discovered at some point, did they just get made, or did humanity evolve, and then by the time Homo sapiens became a thing, either God or the Charred Council was like, these guys are important, give them this dimension.
That's described in the Darksiders comic.
I see. Interesting. Okay, cool.
Basically, and once again, I'm paraphrasing because I didn't read the comic, but it basically happened that humanity was created by one of the makers. That same maker found out Lilith and a maker got together after the Nephilim were destroyed. Lilith was very distraught, fucked a maker, and basically used her sex to basically say, hey, let's make another race.
Now,
and the maker made a race, killed that maker. That's the end of it.
That sounds like it had to be some kind of retcon, because part of the conflict with the Nephilim wanting Eden was that it was made for humans.
That's my problem too. See, here's the problem. The comics and the games are starting to contradict each other, so I don't know which one to believe anymore. I go by game lore. I've played 3 games. I follow the 3 games lore. Anything not said in game, I don't give a fuck.
I agree. It's the George Lucas rule of canon. If it's in the movies, it is immutable canon. If it's in anything else, it can be retconned at literally any time.
Except if The Mandalorian decides to fuck over the sequel trilogy, I'm here for it. Let's go.
I've heard some weird rumors about the Ahsoka series, maybe just making a different timeline where the sequels don't happen.
Let's go. Listen, if I have to watch a CGI Luke Skywalker with Mark Hamill's voice train a new Order of Jedi, I'm here for it, man. I do not give a fuck. I don't care if it makes sense. I will be very happy. I do not care. Mark Hamill's still alive.
So, let's see. Death? Great. The story of Darksiders 2? Well, Death's motivation, I think, is slightly more compelling. I think the overall structure isn't as good, because it's a much longer game, and I don't think it needed to be.
Did you feel like it was overly long?
I felt like some portions of it were overly long. I felt like it didn't need to be an open world. I don't mind that it was. I don't think that's a negative. I just don't think it needed to be.
No, because all an open world did was make it, you poured more hours into a game that was a very linear story.
Right, so everything else you're doing is fluff.
The character story was good, and great even, but that's all. The story of the game wasn't that good. It was just Death as a character that was good.
Yeah. I mean, I think the story on its own is fine. It has its high points. It has some points where it's kind of weak. I think most of the weak points is where it's like, go do these 3 things. Yeah. The weakest point of the story is when the Lord of Bones is like, go find my 3 lords for my
See,
corpse.
that's what I'm saying. Is that it felt like an RPG. It felt like a game. In Darksiders 1, when you went to fight the Chosen, it's because Samael told you to, but that was for an end goal.
Go get me their
Samael wanted
hearts.
you to work for him, and that fits into his character. It was character building for you to defeat Tiamat and Strahd and Griever and stuff.
With that,
But
it's Samael saying, I need you to get me these hearts. So I'm gonna keep sending you to kill these guys for hearts, and then I'm gonna send you to the place you need to go.
yeah,
Once you get into the
it was a means to an end. Here's my thing: it was a means to an end, and you could argue Darksiders 2 did the same
I
thing.
think
Well, it
the
was also a
Forge
means to an end.
Lands
But
is more
why
like that.
couldn't Darksiders? Why couldn't Death just go, Lord of Bones, shut the fuck up? Like, once again, the whole argument is what Samael said in Darksiders 2. You're riding without the power of the seals
You're
behind
right,
you.
yeah. So you're not at your full power.
That was their only way of getting around the fact that Death could have, like, literally this game.
Well,
doesn't
it's how we explained that at the start of the game, Death, who has not been in prison forever, has to put in effort to beat ice skeletons and a guy pretending to be War.
Exactly. And I wouldn't have minded it. I think they had a better. I don't know which way, but I think they should have put a little more thought. I'm fine with the game. The gameplay, as you said, open world and everything, great.
I
Yeah.
personally
Mhm.
enjoy the gameplay of Darksiders 2 a bit more. That's just because of my personal taste. I like stuff that's a little faster and flows a bit more. You know, I like the wall run. I love wall running.
Oh yeah.
I love the way that they changed the parkour in the game. The only thing I don't like is sometimes with the joysticks, it's like, oh, did you want to run up this wall? No, I didn't. I wanted to fucking wall run, you asshole.
Yeah.
It's the worst with the time climbing segments.
Wait, did you not find that Darksiders 1 kind of open world? Because I found it like
It's like
all
it's
the areas
like
interconnected. You never had the loading.
it's like a semi-open world. When I think
It
of an
is.
open world, I think of just a giant open space you walk around in that has like
But that's what it was. It just had corridors, shall we say.
okay, that's the difference, I think. I think there's a difference between like, oh, everything's kind of interconnected and has corridors leading everywhere compared to Darksiders 2 where it's a giant open space that really doesn't have anything in it with a bunch of dungeons separated out between it.
Yeah, and I mean you can argue
And you can
one
go
way
to
or the
pretty
other,
much anyone at any time, technically.
but nowadays a lot of people are complaining that's the problem with Breath of the Wild now. Everyone's saying Breath of the Wild was so great in the Zelda format, but now they're saying, yeah, but it's a lot of it's so open world, but there's nothing in the world.
That's a critique people have of a lot of open world games now, is that it's a big open world, but why? Like, it's big and open, but you didn't put anything in it.
Exactly.
It didn't need to be an open world.
Why Darksiders 1 to me felt open world but closed enough.
Yeah, I think you could have done Darksiders 2 in a very similar fashion, and it wouldn't have really changed much.
No, I agree. Like Darksiders 2 is much more closed off than something like Skyrim or Breath of the Wild or something. So I am good with it.
Yeah.
But I feel like if they were to expand it anymore, because always bigger is better nowadays with game companies. Like I feel if we had Darksiders 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we had Darksiders 2 level of open world, but a little bigger, I think that would be fine. But the problem with that is that they're going to go triple and quadruple down. And then it's going to feel hollow. That's my worry, is that it's going to feel hollow of a world, not a lived-in world. Darksiders 1 felt the most lived-in world.
Yeah.
I still remember the pink color of a car I passed every time going left towards the Twilight Cathedral.
And I think Darksiders 3 does that fairly well also.
Yeah, Darksiders 3 actually brought it back, and that's one good thing. You remember those levels like crazy.
It's not exactly the same, as Darksiders 1, but I think it's way closer to it than Darksiders 2.
Yeah, and even though the style is different, I think part of it is also you also get that apocalyptic feel
Yeah.
because we're on the ruined Earth. But yeah, I felt like the Soulsborne, maybe the summon of Soulsborne, I wouldn't know, but it sort of had a bit of a linear path, so you
Yeah.
saw the same sort of areas, hallways, structures, even if you had. And once again, Darksiders 3 was kind of open, but not as open. I think Darksiders. What I'm saying is, I think Darksiders 2 was not bad, but a little too open, where you could still have that open world feel.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of the stuff in it is fluff.
Right,
It's
exactly.
an
Like,
open world, but it doesn't even feel like it's alive. You don't
Right.
see
It's just
things
there's
Right.
in it.
stuff here.
right, and that's what I don't want to have happen. Like the difference is, like Misc, you've played it, and I don't know, Chilled, if you've played it, but Skyrim, if you
little
run
bit.
into the middle of the wilderness, you're gonna encounter random enemies, caves, random things, right? That's what makes the world. All of a sudden, it's snowing and you're on a mountain, so it feels lived in. There's areas, there's people, there's things that don't matter to the big story, but they're there. The problem is with most open world games, they have that hollow feeling. So if Darksiders 4 decides to do that type of thing, I would argue they need to do a Skyrim feel to the world, a world that felt lived in, not just, all right, the map's 3 times bigger.
Yeah, I think that was why a lot of people think Elden Ring did a good job with open world. It's because there's a lot of shit in it. A lot of it's kind of reskinned stuff or reuses of mini bosses and stuff.
I don't mind
But it's a
reskin,
lot of content. There is so much shit to do in Elden Ring. Now,
but
some people
are
say
you?
that's to the detriment because, unlike other Soulsborne games, there's technically not as much replay value because most of the side stuff is nowhere near as interesting as the main things. But like for a first playthrough, I don't feel like it's made to be 100%ed. I feel like it's just supposed to be you go through and you do whatever you run into. Some people that argue that doesn't quite work with the Souls formula. I still think it was fucking great. So I don't know.
Well, I watched a lot. Once again, I didn't understand a lot, but I watched a lot of your Elder Scrolls playthroughs when
Or
you
Elden
were
Ring.
Elden Ring. Sorry, my bad. And it looked like they had a lot of inventive, like level designs, good character, monster designs. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
why people would complain about the variety that was going on there.
I think it's just when you encounter one Erd Tree avatar and then you encounter like 10 more, it gets kind of old. Because the encounter basically goes the same every time.
I suppose, but especially, I guess, sort of like me playing a Souls game, if you're fighting the same enemy and you keep losing.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that. It's just I think when you go to like older Souls games, there was not really as much asset reuse. And when there was, it was like, okay, so why didn't you either A, have a different thing here, or B, not even bother? Like, why did you need to put a reskin of this boss here? Like, shit, Demon Souls doesn't have any boss reuses. Everything's a unique enemy. But Demon Souls is also a very different game. It's just the reason is usually a lot of work goes into each boss. There is a lot of context behind why they're there, what's their motivation, sort of everything that goes into the arena and everything. And that makes it kind of special in a way, gives it a uniqueness. And then you encounter like a dozen more of them, and that, special factor just evaporates.
See, that's funny. That's how I felt about Darksiders 1 with its bosses, because realistically, you have 4 real bosses, the 4 chosen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they all felt distinct.
They did.
Because there was a limited number of them.
And this is something I'll get into
They had
Darksiders 3.
personality.
They had well-implemented puzzle mechanics. It made them
Yeah.
all mechanically unique. I'll get into this with the Darksiders discussion, but I have kind of an issue with Darksiders 3 bosses. It's not necessarily a flaw in them, it's just something that kind of holds them back for me.
Now what's that?
Well, I'll get into it when we talk about Darksiders 3.
Okay. So anyway,
Gotta
so,
lean into
About
it.
Darksiders 2, not 3.
Darksiders
Darksiders
2!
yeah.
But speaking of the bosses, I don't know why we spent any more time. Let's just fucking throw up another tier list. Woo! And I don't mean throw up.
I
That
love
one
terrorists.
was a pain in the ass on Death and
Apocalyptic.
Yeah, the hardest difficulty, yeah.
I imagine he was.
He's
Here's
also
the
I've heard a
pain.
lot of people say Absalom is kind of piss easy, and I do think he was a bit more basic than like the other two big bosses
He's
before him.
way easier on the easier difficulties. I think those people never played Apocalypse.
So,
Absalom is kind of piss easy as a final boss, but once you fight him on the Crucible, he's a pain.
you fight
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
bosses
talking
in
about,
Crucible?
but you got to play the Crucible, and then level 100 you face him,
Oh yeah, so...
and then 101 you got to face.
Yeah, Wicked K. Okay,
Wicked K
so
after
for
that.
starters,
So-
unrankable tier. Oh, hold on, I gotta put this up on OBS.
Oh yeah,
look at this
Wicked
here.
And he flies. Wicked
I-
K, he fucking flies
I
now.
didn't finish the Soul Arbiter's Maze, and I did not do Crucible because I was like, listen, I'm trying to finish the game. I don't feel like spending the next 100 hours doing Crucible.
The Crucible is fun though. If when you get, it's one of those as you said, Misc, when you get good.
When you
You
get
know.
good at the game.
When you
So-
get good, you feel invincible. So no different than the Arkham Asylum challenge mode or anything like that.
As you
So-
guys can see, when you basically double the length of a game after the previous one, you got a lot more bosses, so we're probably going to be here for a bit, but I'm going to try to streamline this a bit.
So you're not ranking Wicked K. That's fair. What the fuck is that thing? before?
Wicked K clears
That's
the Bible.
this here, it's a Soul Arbiter. At the
It
end of the
is?
Soul Arbiter's Maze. As far as I can tell.
Maybe, yeah. Okay.
He seems to just be Pharisee as far as I can tell. So, you know,
Okay,
it's just this guy but
Archon-
bluer.
Archon is so fun. I hate him, but
We're gonna get into it. I'm gonna try to do these in chronological order. So, our first tutorial boss, the Ice Giant. It's a big Ice Giant. It's whatever. That's a big enemy. It's unremarkable. Oh yeah, I have a tier for the best boss in the game. Because there will be one. I'll distinguish
sure.
them.
but anyways.
I wonder who that
Then we get
is.
the real tutorial boss, which is quote-unquote war, which is actually just Crowfather being fucking difficult.
Being war, meh.
I would put him up a little higher than that. I would
Really?
actually
I
probably
would
say he's good,
but a bit too
Well,
short-lived.
I
because he
guess-
is a tutorial boss. He's basic,
Yeah,
but it's really cool to fight war. It does a good job distinguishing how Death's play style is different from War's play style.
yeah.
Good from a
actually,
narrative perspective.
Not bad. But
It's
then,
nice to see War's visuals.
Oh,
in,
wait a
like,
minute.
two
Sorry.
as well.
yeah. All right.
So I'd put him there. I would say
I agree. Never mind. You make a good argument. Yeah.
So then after that, we get to something I consider to be a bit of a flaw in Darksiders 2. It has kind of a lack in enemy variety, for the most part. Well, not for the most part. I feel like a significant chunk of the bosses are not very distinguishable from each other. Take a look at this. You'll notice a lot of their designs don't really stick out much. You have a few exceptions, obviously. A lot of them are not very remarkable. We start off with Gorn, which is just a fucking construct that you'll fight several more of later that has like 1 or 2 moves. He's also mad.
Yeah, he's kind of meh.
Then we get Karkanos, which I actually like quite a bit, because it's basically the big mini-boss bug from Iron Canopy, but kind of fun, because you use the pushing the big ball mechanic.
You can put him to all right, I think.
I would put him in alright. I enjoy Karkanos.
Yeah. I had trouble on apocalyptic difficulty with going forward through his levels and then getting to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I always have a little bit more respect for him as a result, because getting to him was more difficult than I'd like to admit.
Understandable. Also, wait. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. That's not Karkanos, that's Scorewood. Silly me. Here's Karkanos. Oh yeah, that's true, Medell. The Hellboy death is, like, the best death design ever. The one from Hellboy 2. I love Guillermo del Toro so much. His weird, fucked up Angel of Death design goes really hard.
Nah, man, I still like that mask. I still want to know what's behind the face that we never got to
Oh,
see.
I love Darksiders' death. I love the idea of, oh, his hood. No, it's actually just like his emo hair. He doesn't
It's
actually have a hood.
fair.
But
Yeah.
Hellboy 2 death? Oh, man.
I
Such
mean,
a
I like
creative
it,
design.
but it's the same idea.
I just like how it's kind of different and creepy. It's
Well,
just a
yeah.
weird, fucked up angel thing.
It's true.
Goes hard.
I love the corruption on Death's design because it's a nice visualization of the burden of his sins.
Oh, you
and
mean
his past.
the parts of the amulet?
Yes.
It is good to have that there. Constant reminder. What's after this one? Oh, we got another construct. The game kept fucking crashing on me during this one, but it's okay. You just gotta get him to knock the bombs down, and then you throw him at him, and then you hit his weak point. But the game crashed like 3 fucking times while I was fighting. It was really annoying. So you do that, and then we have some of the optional bosses. You got Gorewood. He's alright. You know, he's just kind of he's a big enemy. He's not a construct for once, he's a violent tree thing.
He's a nice optional boss.
He's an optional boss. I don't know why he was considered death at some point. I like the questline you get from Thane, where it's like, oh, really, you're death? Well, we have, like, half a dozen guys that we call death. You should go fucking fight them if you want to be called
nice,
death
like,
by us.
Tree stuff from him, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah. You got Basilius, which is just straight up reskinned Tiamat, but no real story significance, and not really any real mechanics involved. You just kind of dodge the line attack and then you smack the bitch. I'd say she's also alright.
It's got a cool arena.
The arena is cool.
Just a big line.
Albeit a bit obtuse to have your arena be a big line, in which the boss does big line attacks that leave hurt areas on the ground. That's not the best. Let's see, what else? We've got, Garn. Okay. I like Garn quite a bit. Reason I like Garn. You know, he's Gorn, but he's an actual character. He has a personality. It's not much. He just kind of yells his name all the time. But it's funny. He harasses you throughout the level, so you got pretty good build-up to him. He's a presence you're aware of. You also get the quest to go beat him from the druid lady hanging out by the Tri-Stone. So that's pretty cool. And, harasses you throughout the level. You get to the actual fight with him, and he has, like, more actual mechanics than Gorn, who is just like a basic enemy at that point, or more of an elite enemy. You know what I mean. I would say he's good. I'd probably put him,
Put him in all right tier.
I'd put him bottom good, actually. I think he puts enough in there
alright.
where I'm like, he's a good boss. I
Yeah.
like him.
You know what? You know what I'm disappointed at is
What?
the tier list. We didn't have Ulthane.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it's because we didn't
Technically,
really
he's a
fight
boss,
him.
and he's a lot of fun.
Technically a boss.
He's a great challenge when you first enter the area.
Yeah, no shit. And Ulthane, I feel like can still. If anybody's gonna tell me that Ulthane's a tier below a horseman, I'm gonna be like, you fucking moron. Like that dude could actually toe to toe with the horseman. I'm not saying he wins. I'm saying he can toe to toe with them.
Yeah. Okay, we get to the last big dungeon here, I think. I don't think I have anything missing here.
Okay.
Alright. You get to the area for the Guardian. Your penultimate boss for that is the Corrupted Custodian, which, I can hear echo. Chilled. Oh, now it's gone, yay. It corrupts your wonderful puzzle buddy, the constructs you've been using for all those puzzles. It fucks him up, and then you gotta kill him. It's very unfortunate. The
But
boss
it's
fight...
so, by this point, you're so happy that you can do it. I
Yeah.
feel like all right tier.
Yeah, I would put him somewhere. He's not too remarkable in that respect. It's just kind of like, oh man, that's fucked up. And then you get the
I
Guardian.
like the fact that by this point you're used to the mechanic.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, it's one of you. Yeah, I got this. You know?
It's an interesting experience to have to fight something that you've basically had as like an ally through all these dungeons. It's been a very useful puzzle component, and I was trying to fucking kill you.
Fair enough.
So then we get the Guardian. The big advertisement thing, the big marketing piece for this game.
I love the Guardian.
It's a fucking Shadow of the Colossus boss.
Yes, it is.
And you can use a gun
It's
on it.
Lords of Shadows. It's Shadow of the Colossus. It's Monster Hunter. I love it.
It's a great boss.
Thank you.
Everyone's like, fuck yeah, the Guardian's
It's
great.
so fun. It just is. Yeah. How
I
fun.
love whittling him down. I love destroying his pieces and then him pulling out new stuff as I do it. I love the music that plays. I love having a giant arena. I love fighting him on horseback. It's wonderful.
Have you ever played Lords of Shadow, Misc? Castlevania?
I have not.
You need to play it because the first time you face a Titan, it's Shadow of the Colossus, and same.
I do believe I've heard of that boss. Yeah.
You're destroying this. It's like, okay, clearly I can't just whittle this thing away on his foot bootstraps with a little dagger. You know, you have to climb up and beat this thing, and the feel there is
that. That is why people really like certain God of War bosses.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking Kronos fight where you're like an ant crawling around on him is something else. But yeah, Guardian, great boss. Love the Guardian. Then we go to the Land of the Dead.
Yeah, then we go to the Land of the Dead.
Which is a bit of a drag, comparatively. But, you know, it starts off well, because you get there, you go to the Eternal Throne, which is fucking awesome, by the way. I love the Eternal Throne.
When you first get there, it's awesome. It's the later half that sucks. It's when you get to the I don't like the court.
Yeah, the court quest line is the worst part of Darksiders 2. Still not as bad as the Black Throne, though.
No, but once you at least the trick to the Black Throne, you can get through it quicker. The problem is, no matter how good you are at the court, doesn't matter, you still get it.
Because you gotta do 3 dungeons, and in one of the 3 dungeons, you gotta find 3 fucking things.
Oh my god, I hate it.
The power of 3. Oh my god.
And listen, and I beat, meaning nightmare difficulty or whatever it's called, Darksiders 3 as a non-Souls player.
Jesus.
I got very good at killing sloth, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Fortunately, the first boss for the Kingdom of the Dead, Nasher, he's pretty good. Because, well, you know, the entire dungeon leads up to fighting him, which I like. Comes out and he's this fucking burrowing around in the earth worm thing that you gotta use the death grip to pull out, and you fucking throw him on the ground and you start smacking him around. Then the full body comes out and it's like, oh fuck, it's another giant bone giant. But then he starts hitting you with his fucking skull and spinal column as a flail, and I'm like, that's great. That's a lot of personality for something that's arguably just a reskin. I like the implementation of Death Grip. I like when you implement something that's usually a puzzle or maneuvering component into a boss fight. I think he's good. I really like Nasher, actually.
Alright, I mean, I would put him at the top of alright, but good works. Yeah.
The
He's
best
definitely one
of
the highlights
the
in the Land of Dead.
big bone rock
That's true.
guys that's not the Guardian.
Oh, sorry, I missed what Chilled said, but
What was it, Chilled?
I said that Nashor is like one of the highlights of the Land of the Dead.
He
'Cause you
is,
fight him
which
in
is
a
why
Yeah.
it's
Colosseum.
unfortunate that he's right at the start.
yeah, indeed.
So after that, we go off to get the fucking court. This is a bit of a story issue some people pointed out. You basically do like 2/3 of the Kingdom of the Dead just to get like 2 sentences, which really could have just been 1 sentence of go get the keys and you can get into the Well of Souls.
Yeah.
I mean, I
and
guess you had to
some
kill the Wailing Host to free
I
the
don't-
souls first, but
I don't know why this feels less worse than the beams, but
it's just because the beams is fucking annoying and repetitious. At least with this, you're doing different stuff, but it feels like busy work.
you spend twice the amount of time doing it. It's weird.
You spend twice the amount of time doing it, but at least you're going to different places and doing mildly different things.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like one dungeon's really
Yeah,
vertical, one's
I'm
really
going with
horizontal.
I'm
Anyway,
going-
what's our next boss? Oh, it's fucking Farseer. He's just a guy. I don't think he's particularly remarkable. I'll put him like bottom of all right.
Alright, fair.
Oh goody. Oh boy, the Judicator's fucking. Oh man. Oh god. So the Judicator's dungeon. We need to find the 3 guys to get to the court. We got to 1 here. What do you have to do? Find 3 guys. Fuck you.
Alright, fuck all these guys.
Could we think of a different number?
Nope.
Why not 2? We only have to get 2 keys to get into the well. God,
Nope.
fuck me if we had to get 3. Jesus Christ.
God damn it. Nope.
We fight the Tormentor, which is a reskin of the Jailer without really any of the mechanical complexity of the
it's
Jailer.
No, that's bad because it's a reskin.
Fair. And then we get
that's unacceptable. Like if you're gonna reskin, if you reskin like okay,
do you
we
see
fight
the problem
White
people
Angel
have with
and
Elden Ring
we have black
reskins?
robes and they're stronger. That's different. But if you take a literal boss and then you fucking just reskin them with a different hue, no, that's unacceptable.
Griever, do you remember when we talked like 20 minutes ago about why people didn't like all of the boss reusage in Elden Ring?
Yes.
That's why.
Now I understand it.
There you go. But then, that's not the fucking cherry on top. The final boss of this dungeon, the Bone Ward, is a skeleton hanging from the ceiling that you hit like 3 times, and then it fucking dies. And then a Bone Giant shows up, which is a reskin of the Ice Giant.
Yeah, they're all bad.
Yeah, it's the
10
worst
out of 10,
dungeon.
love
It's
it.
really
they're
bad.
the court sucks, man. It's
Now-
long involved and does nothing.
Fortunately, the court stuff ends off with fighting Basilius and Echidna. Now, Basilius shows up to you and talks some shit. And he's like, oh, you thought the whole Nashor Arena thing was? Come fight me in the Psychomeron or whatever the fuck it is. And I'll show you what's what. So he challenges you to go fight him. You go fight him in this fucking abyss. And then it's like, oh, sup, Death. You start fighting him. He's a pretty cool, like, humanoid enemy. And then he summons a giant fucking demon spider monster that he gets on top of. And then you start fighting the spider demon. And then they start swapping out with each other. And then you fight both of them at the same time. And then you finish him off by fucking decapitating Echidna. And then body slamming Basilius like 3 times until he yields to you. I'd say it's a great boss. Bottom great, but I fucking love this fight. I love
Yeah,
that fight.
all right. I would put him at top of good, but all right. I
I
see
agree on
you're good,
great.
making a good argument.
So, after that, we...
Don't you got the optional boss of Argle?
Oh yeah, Argle! I didn't
Oh,
do him
yeah.
until later, because he was really fucking tanky and did a shitload of damage.
Yeah,
He's
good.
alright.
All right. Yeah.
Alright. or good?
Bottom of good. Bottom of
I'll
good.
put him in good because I like that there's a bit more strategy involved in fighting
Yeah,
him.
there was something actually there. It broke the pacing a little.
Shame there was no finisher on him. That was a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, no. That's the problem with Darksiders 2.
He's
It didn't
like
have
the
enough
only
finishers.
one who doesn't have a finisher.
He's like one of the few bosses that doesn't have one. Oh fuck! What was this one called? Bather? The Tiamat reskin had like one of the best death animations in the game. You fucking split her head in half, and then she falls
Yeah.
into the lava.
Love it. Love it.
For a fucking Tiamat reskin.
Yeah, but like fuck
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's too good to rank.
It's
any
too
lower.
good for such a boss.
It was. It really
Also,
was.
like Karkanosis was really
I love
good.
Death has a scythe, right?
Yeah.
Two-handed, double-handed, doesn't matter.
It's a
Depending
scythe.
on the scene, he will literally just split his scythe in two or put it into one. It doesn't matter. I love it.
I love how
it.
it's just whatever he
Crazy
wants.
Physics.
It's a fucking magic scythe. He can make whatever he wants.
I know. I love it.
So we go through the City of the Dead, which has a very weirdly low amount of people in it to be a city. And the final boss is a big Cthulhu monster called the Wailing Host. It's good. It's nothing too crazy, but it's a cool spectacle. And the finisher for it is pretty great. Well, it's funny because you don't really see the finisher on it. It's kind of funnier more than anything else that it fucking falls back down to the hole and Death chases after it, and you can hear him slashing the shit out of it.
Sure.
It's a funny little finisher.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you good. I'll give you good on that one. Yeah.
So then you meet up with Crowfather again, and he says a bunch of cryptic bullshit at you, and then Absalom gets brought up again for some reason, because Absalom talks some shit to you when you first got to the tree, and he did a pretty good job at it.
You are literally, your heart is pumping Nephilim shit.
Your heart is pumping with the entirety of our race. Also, you fucking murdered me.
Yeah, so...
You committed fratricide against me.
Having some doubts. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah.
That's like the One Ring times 10.
So, when you finish the City of the Dead, that's when you're able to do the Abyssal Forge DLC. So, the first one is a zombie maker guy. He's a skeleton maker. It's kind of like fighting Thane, but he has like a fire whip arm. And I think he can do some explosives on the ground. He's alright, I would say.
Okay.
I don't remember
that one, so...
Oh, we get the title boss of the DLC, the Abyssal Forge itself. It is it's like a big iron golem sticking out of the wall. So it's kind of like...
This guy.
It's kind of like the Wailing Host, but you only get like half the arena space with it.
Good.
Now, here's the weird thing that happened with me when I fought him.
Okay.
I don't know if I was really over-leveled or something, but 10 seconds pass. He does like a couple attacks. He has his arm stuck on the ground after doing one, so I attack him. He gets stunned, and like his life stone falls out. And I hit it like 2 times, and then they play the animation where he destroys the life stone, and I'm like, alright, what do we get for the phase 2? And then the boss was just over, and I was like, what? And the boss took like 30 seconds. I had no idea what was going on.
Not gonna lie, I did it in less. But you're not supposed to play this at the level we were at.
But why does it give it to you then? I felt like no. You know what's...
I don't know, dude. I went whack, boom, animation.
It was weird, because for the level you unlock it.
I can't rank it. That's why I said good, because he's good because I whacked him once and I won.
Here's the thing. The scaling for this DLC feels really weird. Because you unlock it after you finish the Kingdom of the Dead. You fight the Mad Smith, and he is tough. He's really tanky, and he does a shitload of damage.
Sure.
I felt underleveled when I got to the Mad Smith. So I went and did a bunch of other shit, and then I went and fought him, and then I beat him. It was tough. Then you get to the final boss of the DLC, and you feel insanely over-leveled for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird as fuck, the scaling. I'm gonna put it in meh, because it was funny.
You
But there
know,
was
I
no
think
boss
the best
fight.
thing about the Abyssal Forge boss fight is just the dialogue. What is
Dialogue
your
was good, but there was
function?
barely any.
I am deaf.
What is your function? I'm deaf. That was good. But yeah, it was really underwhelming for all the time and build up to fighting the Abyssal Forge. Anyway, time to go to Lost Light, which is really pretty. I love the colors, like sort of the faded bronze or the faded gold for Lost Light. It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
And you talk to the Archon, and the Archon's like, "Oh, Death. You need that key? I mean, yeah, I have it, but actually I don't. It's over in the Ivory Citadel, which is covered in corruption. If you go get this Rod of Arafel thing from Earth, I can clear away the corruption, and you can go get the key." So you go to Earth, and you meet Uriel, who is a different voice actress for some reason in this game. I don't know. Guess the original one wasn't available or something. And you play like a 30-minute long shooter segment. You encounter the Nos, which I'll say is bad because it's not even a boss. It just stands like 100 feet away from you and you shoot it till it dies. And you encounter like 3 of them. So then you get back, and you give the Rod of Arafel to the Archon, he clears the corruption away from the Ivory Citadel, and then you fly over there. And then you do, like, the best dungeon in the game, by a lot. I love the Ivory Citadel, it's wonderful. Oh my god!
I love portal puzzles.
You mean the portal dungeon can be good? Holy shit! It broke new ground! I can't believe such a thing. And then you get...
has, like, the best armor set in the game.
It does have a really good armor set. So, you played through Ivory Citadel, which is great. And then you get to Chimera, who uses the main mechanic of the dungeon. The portals. I didn't realize this until I saw someone point it out, because I was getting frustrated trying to fight him. You're not really supposed to fight him normally. You're supposed to use the portals to make him shoot himself, which is really funny. And that's basically the whole boss, is just using the portals to make him shoot himself.
Basically the GLaDOS boss fight.
Kinda, yeah. Man, they really did rip off Portal Beast, didn't they? That's kind of funny. So, Chimera overall, I would say he's somewhere bottom good. I like him as a gimmick boss. Which, works better in these games than they do in Souls games. Because Souls games aren't built around doing puzzles, but these action-adventure games with puzzle dungeons are built around doing puzzles. So, you know, I like them.
So, you think their bosses should be a little more, what are you thinking? Like, comparable?
I think... when it comes to the Darksiders games, I like ones where you fight them. I like mechanical complexity, but for a game where puzzle mechanics are so important, you know, it's one of the central aspects of the game, I like when that's implemented into the bosses, because that makes them memorable. It doesn't really work as well in other games, like Souls games, because usually the puzzle mechanics are not really puzzles, it's just trying to find a place where you can hit the boss or something.
Fair enough.
And, well, with Souls games, I feel like the learning curve with them, playing through the areas, is meant to, like, bring you up to a certain skill level where you can fight the boss. And then with puzzle bosses, there's not really any skill involved. It's just figuring out what you're supposed to do. Which is kind of what you do when you fight a boss normally, because you figure out their moveset and everything. But that's just more building skill. A lot of it's very reactive. So, you
learning
know,
attack patterns, so to speak?
Yeah. I just, I don't think it works as well for Souls games. But it works well for these.
Interesting.
So, you beat Chimera. And then I guess he just gets better from being corrupted. I don't know. I have no idea. And then, after a mild amount of menacing, he tells Death, "Oh, the Archon has the key. In fact, the Archon was the first one that got corrupted, and he totally fucked everything up. And then you realize the Archon's been wasting your fucking time.
Yeah, that was a piss off.
Intentional
You
piss
sent your
off.
ass to Earth and
You
then
see,
just wasted your time.
the difference between that and the Kingdom of the Dead with, like, the fucking Lord of Bones or whatever is just because, like, he could just fucking tell you, and he's throwing you at all this meandering shit. I don't think you're supposed to be frustrated by it. It's just supposed to be, oh, you're doing these other side quest stuff. The idea here is literally for Death as a character, the Archon is actively wasting his time. When he's like, he knows what he needs to do, he's not fucking around, he wants to get it done. And the Archon has been throwing him off in different directions to screw him over. So he's pissed, you're supposed to be pissed too. So then you go and you fight the Archon. He slaps your ass like a mile away onto some floating platform. And then you get the really good OST Stains of Heresy playing over it. Is you fight a big fucking glowing angel guy. He does like some air attacks and stuff. You grapple up onto him. You beat the shit out of him until he falls back down to the ground. You cut his fucking wings off. Which is always the coolest thing to do in a Darksiders game, is cut the wings off an
I
angel.
love the brutality.
It's like you were saying, Misc, about God of War level kills, and it's just
Yeah.
like, hell yeah, like this is what we're talking. This is what we play for.
So then he's ground bound. You beat him up there, and then he does another thing that's really cool, which is growing new wings out of corruption. That's also really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get the cool finisher where he throws the big statue head at you, and then you just cut through it in your Reaper form. You impale him from the back like you're putting him up on a meat hook or something, and then you just like throw him down into the platform with like a splat, and then he just falls into nothingness. I love the Archon fight. It's great. It's so good.
Definitely the best angel fight.
Yeah. I mean, there aren't a ton,
Yeah,
but it's the best one.
Well, who was the one? Just forgive me for misremembering, but it's been a while. Who's the one that you fight in the arena in Darksiders 3? There's a crowd of angels, and you're like,
the angelic champion. It's basically just one of the big angel enemies from Darksiders 1.
That was when I learned how to Souls, because
see.
that guy kicked the shit out of me 1,900 times. Yeah. That's when I got respect for angels. But outside of that, yeah, the Archon is just, and he's got that Diablo look with the glow on
I
his,
love
under
that he
his
just
hood.
has like a fucking golden glowing, like his skin is literally glowing. He's so
And that's
cool.
what Diablo, if you notice, Diablo angels don't actually have faces. They only have faces when they become mortal.
Diablo angels are supposed to be made of like light and sound or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
And music. It's very based on the Tolkien version of things, where there was nothing, and then the sound began, and then it was music, and it was just basically God was playing the ultimate song ever. And out of the song, notes became, and the notes became people and the world and this, that, and the other thing. That's basically what Diablo story is that all angels are notes on the great lullaby.
That's a very interesting idea.
I like it.
Another cool thing about Archon is he's literally using the rod he made.
Oh yeah, he's using the thing you went and got for him to fight you. That's also a cool thing. I like when stuff you do becomes important to a boss encounter.
Which is a little different from what Samael did in Darksiders 1, because in Darksiders 1, Samael, once he got his 4 chosen hearts, he was like, I have the power of a god, which he's not boasting. He does.
He's
and
like,
he goes,
I'm top 2 demons right now. I could suck the marrow from your bones before you could move an inch.
But I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna let you do your thing.
I'm gonna let
And
you do your thing, because I have a code of conduct for how I do business. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna respect their deal.
what I love about Samael is he is everything that I wanted, and Misc, you know this, that I wanted Beelzebub to be in Record of Ragnarok. He is everything
Tragic.
I wanted. If you're gonna play a devil character, I want the dude who always a lawyer. A lawyer is the best way to describe it. When you do the devil, the best devils portrayed in all levels of media and fiction are always one step ahead because they're willing to lose to gain in the end.
Mm-hmm.
They're not trying to be big and boasting and pumping their chest and I'm the quarterback. They're good with sitting on the sidelines to watch what happens and then win the game at the end of the play. You know what I mean? Like, that is the devil, and that is what the devil has always been. So anybody who can portray that properly, you got my vote. And Samael, yes.
The Samael guy that I put in my D&D setting is the driving character behind this little short form thing I'm running till my main campaign comes back next week. And that's basically what he's been doing. He summoned the party. He's like, I need you guys to go I need you to go get some things for me, okay? Do you mind going and doing that instead of me? And then we're gonna see how that comes to a head when we finish it up tomorrow.
100%. But is your party questioning what things, or they're just gonna go do it?
Oh, they
That's the
know
question.
what things. It's a matter of, is it a good idea for us to keep helping this guy or not? Is helping this guy of all people the best decision?
And in War's case, he didn't really have a choice.
And they didn't have a choice here. He basically, they were about to be sent to damnation, and then he's like, no, these 5 people, I want them for something, give them to me.
Well, there you go. It sounds like a good time to me.
It has been a good time thus far. I actually just had them fight the Wailing Host earlier today. I kind of... I reskinned it a bit. It was a good time.
One of these days, I'm actually going to join a D&D campaign of my own. I'm going to finally play D&D and learn the greatness.
It's a good time. As long as you got a good group and a good DM, it's a good time.
Sounds fun.
So after you finish Lost Light, you unlock the Argol's Tomb DLC, which is a big dungeon. It's a pretty good dungeon. A mini boss is another fucking jailer reskin. So it goes there. And then, final boss, which I had never heard of and was completely unaware of the existence of, is Frostbane. It's a fucking ice dragon. Oh my god, we have a fucking dragon boss in the game.
Yeah, this is something that I want to evil, because I didn't realize this was DLC when I bought it, because unlike back in the day, when you installed things on the PS3, everything was included. You didn't know what was not DLC and what was DLC. So I fought a fucking ice dragon.
And let me tell you, folks, he's pretty good. I also like that his finisher is a decapitation.
If this isn't at the top of good, I want to put him at the bottom of great. I love this because it felt like a serious challenge when I was At this point, I was sweeping the game. And I love the challenge. Outside of the Crucible, I was sweeping the game.
I'll put him top of good.
Top of good? Alright, I like it. I like it.
Top of good. I really like
it. It was a fucking ice dragon, man.
Listen, through a game in which we've just been fighting big fucking rock monsters and big skeletons a lot. I mean, after this point, we fought fucking Chimera and Archon, which were a delightful change of pace.
It's sort of like, if you're fighting vampires for so long, seeing a werewolf is just hell yeah.
It's delightful. And then you fight a fucking ice dragon.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm fighting all these mythical creatures, and you didn't know you were missing it until you see it, and you're like, God damn, I haven't fought a fucking dragon yet.
Yeah, it was funny. I was going through the dungeon, and then I see this fucking thing fly by, and I'm like, wait, I don't know anything about this DLC. Is there a fucking ice dragon in this? This was like one of the few parts of the game. This was one of the few parts of the game I went through without knowing anything about it. Thank God really? The DLC is apparently not that popular. Not that it's bad, just not a ton of people have played it or are aware of it.
Made from void.
Whatever that means.
It's like some illegal substance, same sort of stuff that the Abyss armor's made from.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to be something akin to the Chosen, where he's not really a demon, he's just kind of a monster from the Abyss, whatever that is. He's great. Well, not great. He's very good. I really like Frostbane. Then we get to the weirdly shortest part of the game, which is Shadow's Edge, which is Samael's house, which he is not at anymore because he's busy being in jail. Because he didn't like that Abaddon became the Destroyer. And then also didn't realize that apparently now Abaddon was drawing power from the Well of Souls or whatever. And was kind of invincible now. Samael seems to have a track record of encountering people who should be way weaker than him, but they have some kind of a buff that makes them invincible. So then he loses, and he's like, fuck. This sucks. First time he had to crash on Vulgrim's couch. The other time he ends up in jail for like 100 years. Bad luck with Samael. Anyway.
Yeah, you got to feel bad for Samael. He's like the most responsible. Like, he's a shrewd businessman. He seems like if you ever seen Breaking Bad, he's like Saul.
Right.
He's like sitting back doing his thing. It's like, oh shit, I didn't protect my blind side. Fuck. And then he calls in all the favors.
It's so funny to me that there's 2 times where someone who really should be way weaker than he is gets some buff that makes them fucking invincible, and then he's like, oh, shit. And then he just gets kicked out of his house. It's so funny to me that's happened twice to him. So yeah, the Blackstone's a neat dungeon. I like time portals. They're cool. There's no mini-boss for the dungeon, but that's fine, because, you know, the dungeon only takes, like, under an hour. And then you meet the man himself. Now, out of curiosity, how many people thought we were going to fight Samael in Darksiders 1? I kind of felt like you probably would, but then it turned out, no, he's too fucking strong for one horseman. So, like, get the fuck out of here. You'll fight me when you get the game where you play all 4 of you.
Yeah, I sort of felt that, and then to be bitched out in Darksiders 2 was kind of like, you slut.
This is just our test trial for him.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's I don't know if anybody. Listen, there's 2 types of people: people who thought that Samael held back, and liars. Because that man.
It's overt. First off, let me talk about some things here. I'm not going to bring up how my game crashed like 5 times while fighting Samael. I'm not going to bring that up.
Oh, you poor bastard. Well, why is he allowing Lilith? My only question to Samael's rule is his allowance of Lilith into his court. That's weird, but we'll talk about that.
Demon pussy. I don't know. That's the only explanation I can think of.
I mean, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. You got the good pussy. I mean,
oh Lord.
So you show up through the time portal, and somehow he immediately knows that you're from the future. I believe it is theorized by some that Samael is actually omniscient. Like, he just knows everything, or he sees everything, somehow. So he's like, oh, really?
No, there's actually, there's an indication, because when you appear behind a time portal,
That's
and
true.
It's implied that he knows what time portals look like. And he goes, all right, this is because immediately he goes,
oh, this is unsanctioned.
You appeared from the past. And then he automatically not only knows that you're from the future, but also that you're not riding with the 7 seals. So,
like, oh, this is unsanctioned. Not even just that. The Riders have run without the 7 seals in the past, like we see in Genesis, but it's just, oh, the council didn't tell you to come here. You're here of your own volition. And also...
So either Samael has the greatest spy network of all time, or he just has maybe not omniscient, but close to.
Yeah, also his ability to fucking know things from inside his prison in Darksiders 1, when he doesn't
Yeah.
seem to have any
He's
allies.
just kind of a genius.
Yeah,
He
he's
definitely
just that badass.
has... He definitely has a very high awareness stat, what can I say?
He's got that observation hockey for days. Katakuri be damned.
So,
the
oh
Chard
fuck,
Council
you
said
show
a
every
reference-
time, he's like, when you show up, he's like, really? They only sent one. Really?
Yeah, I love that.
Is what he
Now,
says in
granted,
Darksiders
I
1? Are
think-
you here to kill me,
I-
War? They should have sent all 4 of you.
Yeah. I know, to be fair, I think toe-to-toe, Death with the 7 seals behind him gives Samael a fight,
Right.
but I still think it takes more than one horseman to take down Samael. But I don't think that Samael
Oh,
wins
definitely.
easily against Death.
I operate under the assumption that by the end of their respective games, the horsemen are fairly on par to where they would be with the seals, had they had them at
Yeah.
the start of the game. So then
I
when
agree.
they get the seals, they are getting buffed from the new baseline of like end game level strength.
Fair.
So I would say Death when he fights Samael is probably fairly relative to how he would be before the game if the seals were broken. But he fights
Fair,
Samael.
but by your logic, that means he's 3/4 done the game, and he's clearly not at that strength. Even Samael is like, you ain't riding with seals. What the fuck are you
Oh,
coming
well, if
at
he
me
said
for?
that, then I guess not. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what he said. Samael was the one who said, hey, this visit ain't sanctioned, but
Well,
he
I
also
think there's
said,
a
he goes,
difference between...
you're not riding with the power of the
Oh,
seals
yeah.
behind you.
Yeah.
So he knows that he can take Death right now with ease because that. So it's sort of implied in the end of the day that Death can give Samael a run for his money if he's got the 7 seals behind him. But
Yeah.
Samael knew in their fight before it even began, you ain't got shit, man. Fuck off.
So yeah, it's like he starts off the encounter by literally tossing you around. And he's like, you guys fucking suck. You guys are like such a waste. Flawed castings from a perfect mold. And you know, Absalom was fucking better than you guys.
Absalom was always perfect.
So with Death, it's like, okay, listen, are you gonna give me the key or not? And he's like, you already know the answer to that. So then you fight him. And I like that for about, I don't know, a third of the fight, maybe, he's fighting you while just sitting in his chair and just throwing fireballs at you. You fight him. He's tough. He's very fast. He does a lot of teleporting between attacks. Has a lot of shit you need to dodge. And I really like when he goes back to his throne and it's like, oh, he looks exhausted. So you run over to fight him. You smack him a few times, and then he just stops the scythe. He's just like, oh, that was fucking cute. Did you really think I was winded or something? And then, you know, he kind of goes back to smacking you around a bit. He literally drags the arena over to his throne, so there's no longer any breathing room when he's not trying to beat your ass. It's just always on his feet from there on out.
And he just teleports everywhere.
Yeah, and he just
It's
teleports
so
everywhere.
crazy.
Also, the Lord of Blackstone's theme is really good. It's a really good theme. You quote-unquote beat Samael. So, considering their placement in the game and the amount of time between the two fights, War's fairly relative in strength between when he fights the Archon and when he fights Samael.
Yeah, I
He
would agree with that.
kills the Archon with a relative amount of effort. He puts a cut on Samael's face.
He doesn't
All
go
that
into
for a
his
drop of
form,
blood.
though.
Yeah. Listen, at the end of the day,
Good as
Samael, what I loved about that, what you just brought up, Misc, was Samael was like, oh my god, Oh, that actually hurt. It's like, yeah, no, bitch.
He's
Nah,
like, yeah,
bitch.
get the fuck out of here. Of
But
course that didn't win me.
the best part about it is that this speaks to Samael's character and Death's at the same time. Death knows he's no match for Samael without the seals,
And he's still trying.
but he's still going at him. And Samael, in a way, is respecting him by playing the farce. Like, all right, you actually want to go. You know, like I know, and you still want to come at me? Respect, bro.
Because, like, listen,
And
I don't
he
give a
gives him the
shit.
fight.
I don't give a shit if I
I
have
don't
to
give a
fight
shit. I
top
don't give
two
a fuck.
demons.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck.
I would
Yeah.
save war above all else. So I'm gonna fight
Exactly.
Samael if I have to.
I actually really love this exchange because you know what else it makes sense is that this, once again, I'm assuming not Back to the Future logic or anything because Endgame fucked all that up, but I'm assuming Samael had this interaction and then Darksiders 1 happened. So he remembers Death coming back, so he sort of knows. So his respect for war at the very beginning of the game makes a lot more sense.
Also,
'Cause it's,
do you think he knows that Death and War are each gonna die? Because he's like, oh, sometimes the hero dies in the end. Just ask your brother. And then, that's also what ends up happening to Death.
He absolutely knows because he knows Death died. But at the time, he doesn't know that Death is coming back because Death hasn't come back yet, technically. So at the time of Darksiders 1, as I said to you, Misc, people misunderstand because the ending of Darksiders 2
Oh, I mean,
so
like,
quickly.
I'm pretty sure when you fight Samael in Darksiders 2, that's before the events of Darksiders 1. I'm pretty sure.
No, it is. What I'm saying is
he's gonna know.
But at the when Darksiders 1 happens, Death hasn't come back to life yet. That's something that people misunderstand. He hasn't come back to life. So Death has died as far as everyone is concerned. Samael knows it. Samael fought him, realizes why he did it, talks to War, and then goes, sometimes the hero dies in the end.
I meant more so when he says that to War, or not to War, he says that to Death. When you start the fight with Samael, he says, sometimes the hero dies in the end, just ask your brother. And this is before Darksiders happens. This is technically before the events of Darksiders 2. So
yes, because so that's implying that Samael is omniscient.
Yeah. To some extent.
Which I'm good with. I'm fine with Samael being omniscient. I have no problem with that.
Another thing I quite like about the Samael fight is he downplays Death and says that Absalom is so much better, and Death's just like, you will find me strong enough. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
But we could also imply, since Death is moving between times, this version of Samael is also, because he knows the moment Death shows up, he goes, hey, so you're from the past.
Or from the future.
All right. Yeah, you're from the future. Yeah, got it. Nice DeLorean. Like, he automatically knows that the dude showed up in a DeLorean, so I assume that he also had some access and he knows what's going to happen. Because you have to understand that at the end of the day, it makes literal no sense that Samael got so caught unawares and now the four chosen have his power. It makes no sense. But it does make sense if he's playing the long game.
Yeah.
So I feel like he has, maybe not like the Almighty from Bleach, but he's got some level of, I know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's got some observation
future
hockey.
sight. The about the same amount of effort it took to kill the Archon is what it takes to put a noticeable cut on Samael's face.
Wow. I mean, that's...
That really puts it in
Samael
perspective.
I never thought of it that way. Wait, we butchered the Archon and all that did was scar his face?
Yeah.
What the
The
fuck?
only difference is that Death doesn't go into Reaper form when he fights Samael.
That's true. He doesn't do that. Unless you use it, but he doesn't use it to cut
He
Samael.
probably would have gave him a little gash.
No, didn't he do that, but Samael said enough and stopped him?
I don't think he went into Reaper form to cut him. I think he just used like the big version of his scythe.
Yeah, because doesn't he hold up the finger and go enough
Yeah, and you
at the
see the
end of the
cut on
fight?
his face, and he's like,
Yeah, and he goes, all right.
okay, maybe you'll succeed. Should be interesting. Anyway, here's the key. I'm dipping out. Bye. Now,
Yeah, because he doesn't care who. You know what I feel like? Is it just me, or does Samael feel like he literally is a Horseman fanboy, but he's just giving them a hard time? Because he literally
in every game he supports them on.
I think it's just because he acknowledges that they're a quote-unquote neutral force, so he can use that neutral force to be like, oh yeah, you know, these other guys that just so
But he
happen to be my
knows-
rivals.
No. But hold on. He knows that the Nephilim are bad. He knows that the Charred Council is corrupt. He knows all the problems before even the Horsemen, but he keeps using them for his own gains. I feel like he has a soft spot for the Horsemen.
That, or maybe he just recognizes how really good they are at killing things, and he's like, you guys...
Maybe.
Because listen...
Or maybe he's stacking. Maybe he's stacking up favors. Yeah, because the council
He knows that the council are just puppeteering them when they're clearly better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you said it better, Chill. Yeah.
I think it's part of the thing that Lucifer seems to have acknowledged, that the Nephilim, especially the Horsemen, are really strong, and that makes them really, really useful.
Mm-hmm. And remember that the Seven Seals gave them an immense power. People tend to forget that. They're not just Nephilim. They are, with the Seven Seals, the Charred Council gifted them a stupid amount of power. That's in Darksiders 1 that's a little bit of lore that everyone tends to forget.
Yeah. So anyway, Samael,
Genesis,
obviously,
they didn't
great.
have the seals.
Samael's fucking great. He's a
Yeah,
great boss.
he's great. He's so... yeah.
So after this is when you can do the last DLC, the Demon Lord Belial. First boss. It's just kind of a big, buffed-up demon guy. He's alright.
Alright.
I like him well enough, but he's not anything too special. And then you get the title guy, the Demon Lord Belial. He's pretty good.
Oh my
I like him quite a
goodness,
bit.
you didn't kill in Genesis.
I like the guy that you don't kill in Genesis so that he can show up in the DLC for this game. Man, he shrunk down a bit. He lost quite a bit of weight. Lucifer put him on some kind of diet.
He was definitely famished.
His boss fight's pretty good. Solid mechanically. I like the progression of his invulnerability gimmick. I would say he is probably around the top of good. I quite like him.
Alright, that's
Killing
fair.
Belial also technically buffed.
I'd put him a little lower, but...
And then we get... I'm not putting Echidna because she's part of the Echidna and Basilius boss. We get Absalom, our final boss. Oh, right, one thing. From a narrative structure standpoint, do you think it would have been better to have Samael be before the Archon leading up to the final boss? Because here's the thing.
I prefer him as the penultimate.
I mean, I don't have a big issue with it, but I heard this perspective on it, which is interesting, is that leading up to the final boss, you have your penultimate fight, and you don't beat him. In fact, you don't come anywhere near beating him. And then he's just like, yeah, okay, you're entertaining enough. And then you're supposed to go fight the final boss. It doesn't make you feel super strong. It makes you think, wow, Samael is fucking insanely strong. Whereas, you know, you beat the Archon.
But then you were absolutely blitz Absalom.
Yeah, but how is that supposed to make you feel better? Alright, so you fuck up against Samael, you beat the Archon, all that would prove to me from a very toxic power scaling perspective is the Archon's a bitch. It actually diminishes the Archon. Because I could barely touch Samael, I butchered the Archon. Archon's a bitch. So if you reverse the order, it's actually worse for the Archon.
Fair point, I suppose. Anywho,
like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
genius point, Griever. That's great.
Yeah, I'm just saying and once again, this is very toxic power scaling, but going into anything like Jujutsu Kaisen, Kengan, One Piece, if you see a feat happen and then a feat happen later, you automatically compare it. Like, look, I joke, but at the end of the day, let's use One Piece just for an example. S-Hawk was sweating against Zoro, was pushing Blackbeard. So people are being like, and once again, just as a Zoro fanboy and not liking Blackbeard that much, I'm sitting there adding fuel to the fire for fun. But it's Zoro is stronger than Blackbeard because they fought the same opponent. One sweated, one didn't. There you go. So, and that's the thing. So progression matters.
That's true.
So I don't think fighting an enemy that you can't possibly defeat and then fighting an enemy that you whoop their ass or you do defeat story-wise, it wouldn't make sense. It's like beating Frieza and then beating Captain Ginyu.
Now, I have to ask you, does that diminish Absalom a bit? The way that it is structured?
No, it doesn't.
Now,
Because
This
we
actually
went
works in
into
the
this...
opposite sense.
Yeah.
'Cause
Alright, chill,
after
go.
actually leaving a mark on Samael, you feel a lot like once you beat Absalom, you realize just how more powerful you are.
fair.
Yeah.
So Absalom.
Yeah.
I have a slight problem with Absalom as like the main villain and final boss. It's that I
Why?
don't feel like he had an adequate presence in the game compared to Abaddon as the Destroyer. There's a lot of build up to that. There's a lot of narrative significance placed around it. With Absalom, you talk to him like one time, and then you get like a couple conversations with Crowfather, and then you go fight Absalom as the final boss, like way after all of that stuff.
In all honesty, I feel like that's how it is with Abaddon.
Kinda, but then you have Uriel's connection with Abaddon, and like the discovering of the identity of the Destroyer. I feel like there was just a lot more story put into the build-up to Abaddon as the final boss, whereas with Absalom, I felt like there should have been more of an active involvement on his part.
But why? He was
You
active.
could
Every
see it
fight,
that
every
every
bot-
corruption-related thing is
Yeah,
a part of Absalom.
Yeah. Every single time
It's
you
an
saw
environmental
corruption,
thing.
that is Absalom.
I suppose. It just doesn't feel like
He
there's
is
much
the
in the
over-
way of motivation connected to it. It's just, what does the corruption do? Kind of the same
No,
thing
but
every
he's
other boss
literally
does.
there. He's there after you beat the Forge Lance. He's
Oh,
literally
I know,
there.
he's there and he talks to you, and he talks shit, and then you don't really get much after that. Until
but
the end of the game.
he does it at the end of every act, and then he's there with all the corrupted villains. That is way more than Abaddon does. I'm not diminishing Abaddon here, but we don't even know. When you show up to the Abaddon fight, you're like, there's a fire-breathing fucking dragon. You had no idea because there is no indication that Abaddon is a fire-breathing fucking dragon.
Oh, no, there
before
is.
you
There
enter
is.
it.
When you get the vision from the Tree of Knowledge, it shows him turning
Okay,
into the Destroyer.
So literally right before the final boss fight, you get a vision. But 3/4 of the game, you have no idea that you're about to fight a fire-breathing fucking dragon. At least in Darksiders 2, you have an inclination that you are about to fight this Nephilim, death-like character who is using some black tendrils, darkness, corruption shit.
Fair.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I understand your point, Misc, but I'm saying that realistically speaking, Absalom was set up way better than Abaddon.
That's fair. Also, Absalom has more sort of importance to death than Abaddon has to war.
Yeah, Abaddon doesn't really matter. In the grand scheme of things, he's a tool. He's a means to the end.
So, Absalom. He's good. He's very good, I would say. But how good? He's kind of basic in his moveset compared to the other two big bosses we fight before him, Samael and the Archon. Some of his moves are a little bit annoying, like the fucking ground tendril stuff, especially the one that auto-grabs you. That almost feels like luck to an extent, because if you're right next to him when he does it, you're fucked. Like, you just don't have the time to button mash out of it. And I don't think it's quite as hard as the other two. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just like the final boss is not as much of a hurdle to overcome as these two other bosses that you fought before him. But I would say the best part of the Absalom fight is the phase transition cutscenes and the finisher for the fight, because they're really cool.
Yeah, that was really cool. But I'm going to push back on your tendril argument.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit. I don't disagree that it was what you said. But if we look at this from a gameplay perspective,
mm-hmm.
let's say, all right, so let's say in an RPG, when you max out health and you max out this and you max out that, here's the problem with Darksiders 2. It is a RPG, unlike Darksiders 1. So how does every game, Persona, Final Fantasy, all of them, all RPGs, have that one fuck you death? It doesn't matter how much limit breaks you got, doesn't matter how much HP you got, we got an answer to that, and you have to fight around it. So the final boss got it with the tendril move. So I'm good with it in a sense that it mattered, that it didn't matter how strong your equipment was and blah, blah, blah. I like the idea that you still had to gameplay. Or you still had to get good in a way.
You had to struggle a little bit at certain points in the fight.
Yeah, like, it didn't matter. Like, you can't beat Absalom just because you're over-leveled. That's what I liked about it, because that wasn't the point of Darksiders. It was never meant to be an RPG like that. So I like the fact that he might not scale with you, but you had the opportunity to get fucked if you weren't paying attention.
That's fair. Oh, and the finisher is really good.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Oh,
take my hand.
That was
brother.
so cool.
I think it's a great sort of conclusion to Death's character arc of he wants to save war, but he's also really full of remorse about killing the Nephilim, and especially Absalom. But when it comes to the choice between Absalom and saving the Nephilim, who are already dead, saving War, who's still here, he will kill Absalom again, and he will destroy the Nephilim forever if it means saving War. When the time comes to make that choice, he will make it without a second thought.
Which is even better considering the conversation with Lilith was her trying to make him choose the Nephilim.
Yeah.
Yeah, once again, I brought it up an hour ago. My sin!
Oh god, we spent so much time
me?
talking about Darksiders 2. Not that that's a bad thing, but we have 2 more games to talk about, so we're probably going to try to speed through those ones a little bit.
Darksiders 2 is so big.
But I'm just going to say right quick before you move on, Misc, is that I agree 100%, but what I love, and this is why when you suggested, I forget the name, the one where the Hollow fights for his wife. What is that series? The manga series, the read through.
Hell's Paradise.
Hell's Paradise. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name, but because the same relationship. Once again, it doesn't necessarily need to be romantic, but relationships like that where it's like, for my brother, for my wife, for my anything. Yep, you sold me. 110%, you sold me. This is another reason why Darksiders is so fucking good, because Death is just like, fuck it, it's for war.
It's like, listen, I have a code, I have qualms about things, but when it comes to the people I care about, that shit doesn't matter anymore. That's not important anymore.
I love, just like Hell's Paradise, he questions. He goes, shit, this sucks to make this choice. He still makes the same choice, but he does reflect on it. Because it's easy to make a one-dimensional character who goes, nope, this is my goal, and nothing deters me. The idea is put deterrence in their path. They struggle, but they still go for that same goal.
Right.
That's what Darksiders 2 does correctly and perfectly, and I fucking love it. As I said, it doesn't need to be... There's a mistake in the community that believes that I'm all about the romance. It's not about the romance. It's about character relationships. And if it's solid, I'm here.
Mm-hmm. So, Absalom, top of good or bottom great?
Bottom great.
Bottom of great.
Very well then. Absalom goes up a tier from my original. Now then, who I consider to be the best boss in the game. Who do you guys consider to be the best boss in the game?
Oh, I wonder. Definitely not Archon.
Oh, definitely not.
No.
No,
Nope,
yeah, it's
not-
the Archon. For me, at least I fucking... Not by a ton, but just ever
I will
so
die on my
slightly.
hill for Samael.
Ever so slightly, I like the Archon a bit more than the Samael fight. Maybe it'll change upon future playthroughs where my game doesn't keep fucking crashing during the Samael fight. I'll get a different perspective.
I'll be honest with you, the Samael fight is more for nostalgia.
It is.
Or
I feel like
a fan service moment. Then it's not really that great a fight.
The big appeal of the Samael fight is, oh my god, you finally get to fight Samael. Archon's
Yeah.
a new character. Like, he's just a
Yeah.
new guy that you meet, but he has way more story significance. There's way more build-up to fighting Archon. And, like,
Yep.
when you get to the Archon fight, it's not just, oh, I recognize the Archon. He was so cool in the last game. I can't wait to fight him. It's just like, you motherfucker wasting all my goddamn time. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you.
Yeah, I really liked it.
I
And
like
the other guy, the fat angel.
Chimera.
Yeah,
He's
I liked fighting him. I'm sorry. I hated fighting him. I loved killing him. So it was just so satisfying. That it's like, all right, how do you rank a boss fight that you hated to fight but loved to finish?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
So,
I
would you
like
consider that the best
Samael's
one, or
fight
which one
because
would you
it's
have
so
as the best one,
high-paced.
Griever?
I would personally, honestly, I would have the Guardian as my favorite
That
fight.
is another fair choice.
That is my favorite fight, but I love the Archon and I love Absalom. I like all the fights in this tier. Yeah,
These
They're
top
all
five
worthy
guys,
candidates.
they're great.
Yeah.
These top five
Yeah.
guys here, they're great fights. All of them.
yeah. I wouldn't argue anyone who said the Archon. I wouldn't argue anybody who said Samael. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
And so, with that, we're done talking about Darksiders 2, and now we're gonna talk
I love this
relatively
game.
quickly about Darksiders 3 and Genesis.
Okay, let's go.
Because we've been here for almost 4 fucking hours.
I know. I plan to stream after
always
this,
do a
and
second
I don't
stream
think that's happening anymore.
I apologize.
Nah, it's
Could
fine.
always
I was
do
just
a
gonna
second
game more.
stream for free in Genesis.
So, Darksiders 3 released 6 years after Darksiders 2, and it was after THQ went fucking bankrupt and became THQ Nordic, and then also I think got bought by Gunfire Games, or they started working together with Gunfire Games. So they kept a lot of the same production staff, but the company changed. And, they hadn't made a Darksiders game in a while. And Souls-likes became very popular in that time. So for Fury's game about hunting down the 7 deadly sins, they made it a Souls-like. And then a while later, after the DLCs dropped, they added an update where they got rid of the stamina bar, so you can basically just play it like Darksiders 2.
Yeah,
Classic mode.
unfortunately, certain fans of Darksiders who didn't like Souls games, not going to mention any names, played it when it first released, and there was a stamina bar. And let me tell you, folks,
I
don't
remember
know
playing
anything.
it when there was a stamina bar. It was tough as fucking nails.
this game was very. And here's the thing you don't know, Misc. I platinumed the game before that update. So, yeah.
Lovely. Also,
Yeah.
I've never played the DLC, so I can't state anything
But
about its
I
quality.
played the DLC. I did it all.
Oh, the DLC.
I didn't give a fuck. I was gonna win this fucking champion. And at the end of the day, Darksiders 3 is one of the games that is actually not a bad game. Bosses are fun, level design is fun. It is what it is if you like Souls games. If you don't like Souls
Darksiders
games,
3 is
I-
the best game because Wicked Killington is actually a boss fight.
yeah, there is that. No, hold on. Crucible exists in Darksiders 2. Be real. But
Yeah, but you hit him once and he just disappears.
No, I had to fight him. I don't know about you, man. To get that
Oh,
abyssal
I've
armor, I had
heard
to
that he
fight him.
just kind of randomly dies, because Wicked K is kind of technically a joke boss.
He didn't randomly die to me. I had to actually fight that flying motherfucker. But to get the abyssal armor. But anyways, the point is that as far as I'm concerned, Darksiders 3 is a very good game, but it's a game that you need to get good at, similar to the same thing that I've heard from Souls players for over a decade.
It's challenging, but it's fair for the most part.
Yes.
There's one
Once you
boss in
get
it that I'm like,
yeah,
fuck you, this is
once
bullshit.
once you get good, you'll have a lot of fun.
Mhm.
But if you don't get good, you're going to, and if you're not willing to put in the effort, which I understand because it's the reason I'm not a Souls player. If you're not willing to dedicate a weekend to getting good at these games, don't bother. Move on to the next one.
Yeah.
That is my honest opinion.
So, some general thoughts on Darksiders 3. I like Fury. I think her character arc's good. I don't like her as much as the other horsemen.
Right. She's kind of insufferable at the beginning.
At the beginning, she's kind of insufferable, but when you have a game where a character undergoes a character arc about becoming a better person, that's fine, because it's kind of the point that they're insufferable. I love their incarnations of the 7 deadly sins. It's my favorite part of the game. I fucking love embodiments of the 7 deadly sins. It's one of my favorite tropes ever. Love them. And I really like the takes that they have on them for this game. I especially
Which
like...
makes me laugh that you've never read Seven Deadly Sins, the manga.
I can't believe they pulled the Watcher plot twist twice.
The Watcher plot twist
Yeah, that
twice, except the Watcher's not the Watcher, and actually they're the final boss. Actually, it's neat when you go back and look and you realize which characters know that the Watcher is actually Envy.
Yeah, because they actually stated throughout the whole thing, it's the whodunit.
Oh, and you know, the talisman that's supposed to glow when you're near the sins glows every time the Watcher comes out.
Yeah, there's all the indications. I do like those subtle hints.
It was a twist that they did a good job building up to. That was probably the best aspect of the story, in all honesty, is the way they built up to that twist. But, you know, as far as the interpretations of the sins go, the best one is obviously Lust, because it's the most creative one.
I love the irony in all of the sins as well. Like, they do have moments of contradicting themselves.
Yeah, like Pride
face, for example.
being ashamed of her face. But yeah, Lust is the most interesting one because, you know, as Fury described, it's not just like fucking carnal desire like humans always think about. It's literally the lust for anything. So it's embodied through what are your greatest dreams, what are your greatest desires. Also that it's not just like some hot lady in a skimpy bikini or whatever, because anybody can have lust for things. So they're like kind of this androgynous, armored warrior who's just really good at emotional manipulation and playing upon what people want. They're the most interesting of the sins in the game. I think the story in general is kind of weaker because there isn't much of a story. It's basically just one really long quest of checking the sins off a list.
I think the best part is just proving the bullshit of the council.
Yeah, that's good too. But like, whereas in Darksiders 1 and 2, where yeah, you have a general goal, but you're going around to different places, which you do in 3, but you're like, you're supposed to complete different tasks, generally speaking. And there's different story beats, there's different little sequences in the story in which shit happens. And for the most part in Darksiders 3, it kind of just feels like following the dot on the compass and going place to place to kill a sin without much interesting happening in between. Occasionally the Lord of Hollows pulls you back into his basement to give you a new weapon and then you leave.
gives you a new fancy hair dye.
Yeah. And then, oh, right. Darksiders 3 bosses. Here's my problem with them. Almost all of them are just big enemies. They don't really
Gluttony
have...
and Sloth were both fun. Once you learn the tactics, they were fun to defeat
I have to tell
because
you,
they were
Griever, I hate not having iframes for the Gluttony fight. Oh my fucking god, did it piss me off to no end.
No, listen, the Gluttony fight was very challenging, but that's... I thought you told me that the reward of a Souls game was once you got good, it was fun. So I got really good at fighting these two.
Okay,
and I
but
loved it.
part of getting good is satisfying mechanics. The problem with Gluttony, you can't dodge through the big tentacle swipes. There's no iframes for them. So you have to start running to the edge of the arena.
Well, yeah, I was patient as fuck, man.
It's a
it took me 15 minutes to take Gluttony down.
It's a weird flow to the fight that I don't like. It almost feels like artificially stretching it out.
I understand, but as a non-Souls player, I'm going to tell you, being the patient and knowing that I wasn't going to get hit by just slap, run away for like 6 minutes, come in, hit once, and walk away for another 6. I was fine having an 18-minute fight.
Very well. It's a personal taste thing. For me, an issue.
Well, once again, it was personal taste because, as you told me, you know, like having the personal satisfaction of finally beating something so annoying.
Yeah, I suppose. For me, the boss being annoying in general brings it down. There's a difference between satisfaction and relief. There's a difference between beating a boss and being like, man, that was tough, but man, do I feel good about beating it, and Jesus Christ, that was tough. I'm so glad it's over.
I give you that. But I had to play it, remember, I had to play it 3 times because you had to play it twice to get to the apocalyptic.
And you got the different ending shit. I don't know.
Yeah, so by the time I got to that point, I was already really good. So.
That's fair. But most of these bosses are lacking in actual puzzle components. They are basically just big enemies that you just dodge and attack. And there's not really anything special about fighting them. They are not super good at distinguishing themselves, other than their really good character designs. Fighting most of the bosses feels exactly the same. And I think that's kind of a flaw in the game. Anywho, Darksiders 3. It's pretty good. Not as good as the other two.
Pretty cool story. I like how Envy imitates all of the horsemen in the end.
That is cool that Envy is basically just a giant fangirl. Because she's Envy. Also, having Envy be the final boss instead of Pride is a good subversion. Because if there's any sin that should be the big bad, other than the first sin, the deadliest sin, the great sin of pride that leads to all other sins like betrayal and shit, it should be the sin of wanting what everyone else has. Being the weakest makes you want things more than anyone else. So it makes for good foundations for a villain. I like Envy. She's pretty good. And I like that she's there with you the entire game. So then when, you know, it turns out she's the final boss, it feels pretty fucking personal. So yeah, Darksiders 3. Time to talk about Darksiders Genesis, which I just beat the other day for the first time. Hadn't played it prior.
How was that Dagon fight?
That Dagon fight was fucking hell. Oh my god. I think he exists as a check to be like, hey, have you went and found all the other collectibles? Because I didn't. I had only found like one other variant for Strife's bullets. I didn't realize there were like giant beam ones and shit. I feel like that's probably the purpose Dagon serves. Anyway, Darksiders Genesis is not Darksiders 4. It's a spin-off. And it's the most different. Because it's an isometric hack and slash. And you play 2 horsemen. War's back. and Strife is a playable character for the first time. You can really tell they didn't know what they were doing with him yet when they made Darksiders 3, because he has, like, none of the jokester personality that he has, like, even at the end of Darksiders Genesis, for the most part. I mean, who knows? Maybe a lot happened over the last 5,000 years. But,
I mean, that happened to War as well.
yeah. I feel War
comic,
is...
He's kind of more rage-like, but...
Yeah, but I feel
game,
like the
more
shift
serious.
between Genesis and Darksiders 1, War is mostly the same. More of his development happens towards the end of 1. With Strife, he's full of personality in Genesis. Like he's the Joker guy. He's the guy that doesn't take anything seriously. He's the class clown. But in 3, our interactions with him are really serious. He doesn't really tell any jokes, and doesn't have much in the way of a distinguishable personality. He's there to tease that, oh yeah, Strife exists. He should be getting a game at some point. It's still really cool to get that teaser, though. And to see Abaddon again in, like, a game that came out in 2018, so he looks, like, way fucking better. Not that he looked bad already, but, like, in the new style for Darksiders 3, he looked good. Oh yeah, one last thing about Darksiders 3. It felt a lot less polished than the other games. I feel like a lot of the animations and stuff just felt a bit lighter. Not in terms of tone, just in terms of, like, the way everything moved around. It felt like they weren't done polishing it. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Genesis is a big prequel. Can you guess what part of the Bible it's supposed to take place during? That's right.
Oh, let me guess the Genesis.
The Book of Genesis.
Oh my god, really?
So it happens, like, right after, relatively speaking, the annihilation of the Nephilim and humanity getting kicked out of Eden because of them. You play War and Strife, who are on a quest to stop whatever the fuck Lucifer is doing. Also, this is the first time Lucifer gets name-dropped. He's technically the main villain, because everything you're doing is trying to stop Lucifer. Everyone you fight along the way is kind of getting in the way of you doing that. So then, you finally fucking fight the guy. Or, you don't. You go, you fight a bunch of demons along the way, you have fun, good character building interactions between Strife and War. Volgrim's back, Samael's back, you meet a few other returning characters like Abaddon in the past, before he got his eye patch, which is cool to see. And despite the extreme shift in camera angle, still plays like a Darksiders game. War still feels like War when you play him. War really does not feel any different than Darksiders 1. Like, yeah, the camera's moved out, there's not quite as much weight to it, but it still feels like War.
The same items.
Yeah, he gets the same abilities and shit too, it's cool.
What I like about it is, from watching your gameplay, Misc, is that War, who never felt bulky, but it was always sturdy in gameplay in Darksiders 1, still feels that way in Genesis. Like, it didn't feel like they took away, like they added agility or anything like that to him,
yeah,
which would be on characters.
It's like, this is Darksiders 1 War, and we just zoomed out the camera really far.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, and I was really happy to see that.
And Strife plays really well. He has melee attacks, but unlike War, Strife is primarily a ranged character. You're mostly using your guns. And I like the way they made them work. They gave you different ammo types. It's as simple as that, basically. How do you mix up his gameplay when he's mostly using guns? Like, if he can't do combos, what do? Oh, you switch between ammo types that have different effects, do different types of attacks. It's a good idea. The biggest difference, other than the camera change, is that the game is divided up into separate missions that you can go and replay at any time from the hub area. This is fine. I'm not crazy about it. But when we get another Darksiders game, I'd prefer it just all be interconnected. I'd prefer it just be one game, and you let me do manual saves, and I can just go back and do stuff whenever I feel like it. At any point of my choosing. As for the bosses, I guess there are 5 main bosses, 5 big unique bosses. The first one is Mammon. Big fat rat bastard. By the way, the
Oh my god, is it Fat Rat from Misc comic?
I can't believe it. The power scaling on the Demon Masters in this game is really interesting when you consider they're fighting 2 horsemen at the same time. Yes, it's like early on, right after they became the horsemen. But, you know, it's fucking 2 of them. It's half of the horsemen. So when you consider that you fight Mammon, who is using all of the various relics and gadgets that he's keeping in his hoard to fight you, and he's kind of wildly kicking the shit out of 2 horsemen, it's like, wow. The fight overall is really fun. It's really chaotic, but switching it to isometric and being able to switch between characters that have different skill sets makes it way more manageable. It doesn't feel too overwhelming. It hits that perfect in-between spot. It was also at that point that I realized, wow, the soundtrack in this game is fucking phenomenal. It is amazing. Like, Darksiders 2 had a pretty good soundtrack. It had some really good OSTs. But, like, the entirety of the Genesis soundtrack is great.
Consistent bop.
The boss OSTs, even some of the ambient level OSTs were amazing. Oh my god. The best one for me is probably the Belial OST. I was really curious about what they were going to do with Belial. Because, you know, we've fought him before. We have a Belial fight to compare it to. He is the only one that we have fought in a previous Darksiders game that we're going to fight here. So how are they going to translate it? Well, they made him bigger, and then they basically gave him the same attacks. And then they added in, like, a couple new attacks that are just sort of playing off the same general theme of his attacks from Darksiders 2. And then, you know, you add in components from the level with crystals in the arena, giving him, like, a damage boost and making him invulnerable. So you have to use War's Crossblade to deactivate him. It was a really good fight. Still the best part, that fucking soundtrack. Oh my god. Mixing, like, the fucking beat drops with a violin. Oh, absolutely insane. Absolute lunacy, the shit they did for the Belial OST. Just so good. Then we go back to Eden, and we fight the corrupted angel Astarte, who's like one of those cool griffin centaur angels. I really like enemies, or really just characters in general, usually monsters, that are centaurs but not horses. You know what I mean? Like, it's half man and half, I don't know,
Like
fucking
the
lion
mountain
or something.
enemies.
It's always really cool. That fight, I don't care for too much, because it's basically just her running around in a circle. You shoot her while she's running around in a circle. And then when she starts doing the dash attacks, you just go outside of the circle, and she'll never attack you. And then you spend like 5 minutes whittling down the undead Nephilim. They're really goddamn tanky. And then, you know, you just kill her. That was the most meh of the main fights to me. Then we get Dagon, who for me is the hardest boss in the game. He was fucking insane. Dagon is a stationary
Dagon
boss.
is ridiculous.
Like, holy fuck. I switched to easy to beat him, and he was still fucking tough. He was unreal. Because he is basically ad management, the boss, and if you don't do adequate ad management, you are going to drown in the shit that he's summoning.
I loved watching you lose your shit against this fight, man. It was comic gold.
I
was
couldn't believe what it
You
was
were like,
insane.
I'm not doing this. I never do this, but I'm gonna switch to casual. You switch, you fucking died.
I was like,
I was
oh my
like,
god.
yes.
It was insane. Because listen, if I weren't doing a Let's Play, I would have just stuck it out.
Right. But you had to make a point.
you know, because when you're doing a Let's Play, it's kind of like a matter of time management. You can't spend
Yeah.
like 3, unless I'm doing like a Souls playthrough or something. I'm not, or yeah, something like that. I'm not spending like 3 fucking hours on one boss.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I'm just gonna bring it down to casual for this one. Even then, he was tough. It was nuts.
Yep.
I think he exists there to basically be like, hey, have you been exploring the levels? Have you gone and like gotten all the different bullet types and all the health and wrath cores and like the new abilities and stuff?
I feel like he's the Captain America meme. So you thought you could speed blitz Genesis?
No, you can't. No, you cannot.
Yeah.
But I still like the fight overall. And then we get to the final boss, Moloch. Yet another demon who got an invincible power-up and kicked Samael out of his house. For starters, Moloch is voiced by Keith motherfucking David. So you know, his voice is liquid gold. He sounds great. And you fight him, and oh my goodness gracious. It's not just a guy running around summoning a bunch of stuff. It's a big guy with a sword. And what does he do? He's gonna swing the fucking sword at you. So it's basically mostly dodging and attacking and openings. It's my bread and butter. And it differentiates itself from the other bosses because none of the other bosses are like that. Most of the other bosses have some degree of a puzzle component. Moloch is just, nah, fight him. It's the final boss, just fucking fight him. He summons up crystals that he can make explode. You have options with that. Either you go where they're not, so when they explode, they don't hurt you. Or you use War's Power Fist and you destroy the crystals. So then, you know, he can't blow them up. I like having options when it comes to dealing with hazards in a boss fight. And then, you know, he just kind of keeps getting stronger. He powers up his sword. He does some new moves. He chains the crystals into his attacks. He starts doing, like... He summons the crystals around the entire arena, so then you basically only have, like, a few spots you can stand in to be safe, and then you just stand there as basically the whole arena blows up, and you're totally fine. It's really good. And then they do the great thing you always do for, like, a final boss track, which is they implemented the main theme of the game into Moloch's boss theme. This results in a really good, challenging, memorable final boss encounter. I'm tempted to say Moloch may be the best final boss in the Darksiders franchise. Sure, he doesn't really carry the same personal significance as the other final bosses do, because really, in all honesty, he's the guy that shows up at the beginning of the game, and then he's just the last of the demon lords you have to take care of. He's kind of in, like, the last act. But, man, is he such a good fight. Oh, God.
You're kidding me, right?
Who do you consider to be better?
Well, a couple. Like, I'm not saying, like, I watched it play. It looks like a fun boss. But you're really putting Archon, Tiamat, Samael,
Okay,
all
not
these guys.
No. Not the best Darksiders boss. The best final boss.
Okay. So you're basically doing Abaddon,
Absalom, Envy,
Absalom.
and then this guy, Moloch.
I think personally my favorite fight is still Abaddon, but watching you fight I could see a contender because it does look fun.
It's fun. Mechanically, it's fun, and then it's everything else they add into it. It's the music, it's the visuals, it's you have Keith David voicing him.
The music for Genesis was some top tier shit. Darksiders 3 fell off with the OST.
It did. The only theme I can really remember is the Pride theme. I thought the Pride theme was good, and that was really the only one I can remember.
Like OST and Darksiders 1 hit. Darksiders 2 upped the game. Darksiders 3 fell off, and 4 brought a lot of the magic back.
Yeah, I would say I would say Genesis has the best soundtrack. Like,
Really?
the
Wow.
boss themes, like at least the main boss themes, were really good. A lot of just the level themes were really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. It was a great time. I was shocked by how much I enjoyed that game because it's so different from the other Darksiders games, but I really
Yeah,
liked it.
it's funny that you of all people played the game, and not me, who is very, heavily a Diablo, and this was Darksiders meets Diablo. That's
Yeah.
all Genesis was, but that's not a bad thing if you like Diablo, and I love Diablo, so that's my bread and butter right
Yeah.
there.
The important thing with this game is that they didn't skimp out on it. It wasn't just like, oh, it's just some side spin-off game project, whatever. No, you can tell they put effort into making this good. They wanted to make this a
I
good
thought
Darksiders game.
the whole time before this was coming out, I thought it was going to be a goddamn mobile game or some shit. Like the way the way they were marketing this game at the time was that there's going to be a Strife game, but it's not really Darksiders 4 and stuff. They were literally downplaying this game so hard that nobody believed that it was going to be a
me when I sabotage my own marketing.
Yeah, like seriously, it was marketed as one of those. Oh, okay, we're gonna do a side scroller 3.5 game. It's not a real, it's a DLC, but not to anything you own, so you got to pay for it, and it's just like whatever. That's the way they did not market this as Darksiders Genesis, the new game.
It was I feel Darksiders is generally a fairly underrated franchise. I remember I mentioned that to Playfree like a few weeks ago, and he was like,
Mhm.
"Nah, I feel it earned its popularity." And I was like, "What does that mean? That sounds kind of backhanded." When I think about it, and I'm like, I guess Darksiders, like outside of the fucking nutty Darksiders 2 ad campaign, which still did
Mhm.
not save THQ from bankruptcy,
No, it did not.
they really don't market the games that much. Like they don't really try to
No.
reach out to the audience.
That's their worst flaw is that they're bad at marketing because you can argue that okay, people who like Darksiders 1, which I think is everybody, but then Darksiders 2, you lost some fans because they changed up the game. Darksiders 3, you lost more fans because once again, you changed up the game. And Darksiders Genesis, once again, you changed up the game. But how many people at this point, how many people you losing and how many people are still sticking around? So it's one of those things where if you're looking at it from a marketing perspective, your whole niche is changing it up, being new, being innovative, right?
Right.
So before it worked against your favor, you literally went bankrupt. Now it's a hot new commodity. You look at the best, hottest game on the market, you do it for your next one.
Yeah, and Darksiders 3 apparently sold well. It made back its budget. I think that usually warrants a sequel.
Yeah, and hence why Genesis. I was very disappointed because, to me personally, even if I didn't like personally, if we had 4 Darksiders games that were all the exact same type of gameplay as Darksiders 1, I would be a happy camper. Not gonna lie. But I'm not unhappy with Darksiders 2 and 3 either.
Right. Because they're still really good games.
Right. They're just different games. So, like as you said, maybe they look at capitalizing on the fact that, hey, we can do anything. We're not Mario. We're not Zelda.
Yeah.
We're not Sonic. We're not Final Fantasy. We are going to fresh.
Something I like about Darksiders is you could argue it's an issue that they don't keep consistency with the style between the games. I think that's a good thing because that gives them like almost unlimited creative freedom with what they can do with each game. Like they can do literally whatever they want with them.
Would you say it gives, because I think we talked about this earlier in the stream, it gives each horseman personality.
Right. Each of them plays differently.
Yes, very, and so different. Yeah, Chilled, you said it, yeah. Right, each horseman feels unique because each game is unique. it's not it's dangerous, and look what happened. A certain company went bankrupt overdoing it, but I mean,
Well, I think they were going bankrupt when the game was coming out, which is nuts to me because Darksiders 2 does not feel like a game that a company on the verge of bankruptcy makes.
yeah, meanwhile, we sit back with things like Kotar 2 and shit, and we're like, wait, what?
KOTOR 2, it's like, Chris Avalon, could you make a, 30-hour-long RPG in 9 months? Sure.
Yeah, exactly. But then you
Or
have
14 months, excuse me.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, I don't know.
So, anyway, we just discussed all the Darksiders games. Griever, I believe you
Yes,
said your favorite's Darksiders 1.
Darksiders 4.
Yes, my favorite is probably, once again, I have, just going off of what Chilled said, I have different takes and different favorites based on my feel at the time. You know, if I'm feeling in an RPG mood, I'm going to be playing some Darksiders 2.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm feeling in the Souls mood, I'm going to play Darksiders 3. If I'm feeling in an adventure, casual, all right, let's go for it. You know, let's have a great story. Let's go for Darksiders 1. So I would say overall Darksiders 1 because that's my bread and butter. But
Right.
yeah, no, I love all the Darksiders games that I've. And yeah.
And I recommend you play Genesis, even though you've basically seen the whole
Mhm.
game.
I personally think that 2 is the best of the series. And what do you think, Misc?
I agree. I think in terms of an overall game, I would say Darksiders 2 is probably the best that I enjoyed the most overall. But as Griever said, they're all different games. So basically, if you're in a different mood for a different... Oh shit, Griever just dropped out. And he's back. There you go. Yeah, as Griever said, they're all very different games. So whenever you're in the mood for something specific, you can play a different Darksiders game and enjoy it more than you would playing any of the other ones at a different time. And I respect the fuck out of that. But overall, Darksiders 2. I love Death. It's my favorite horseman. The game has some of my favorite bosses. Even though I don't think it needs to be an open world, I still like the locations a lot. I really like some of the dungeons. I fucking love Ivory Citadel. I think that it's either that or Twilight Cathedral that's the best Darksiders dungeon. It's one of those
Ivory
two.
Cathedral is.
Or Ivory Citadel.
Can't wait for Darksiders 4 in the future then. How
Mm-hmm.
many years do you think that's gonna be?
God knows.
As
but-
I've already said previously on the stream, if we got a Diablo 3 style 4-person, 4-horseman style, I'm playing. Misc and I are playing it. I don't care who the fuck are the other 2 horsemen, but we're doing it.
Yeah. So yeah, Darksiders 4. Hopefully that's a thing at some point. Oh yes, and before we end the stream, who is your favorite horseman? I already said mine's Death.
Oh, I'm gonna go War.
Tough choice.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
go
had
War.
a feeling.
Chilled?
I personally adore Death the most.
All right. See, I don't feel bad
Coming up
picking
as a
War
favorite
because
fight.
I toss between War and Death a lot. But since both of you said Death, I gotta give Liam O'Brien my praise.
Liam O'Brien, legendary voice actor. May he receive many good contracts in the future. Anywho, that's pretty much all for this. I did not think we would be here for 4.5 hours long stream.
Yeah, goddamn! I literally cooked a
It's
curry,
3:34
rice,
in the morning.
everything in this time.
Amazing. I wish I
Wow.
could just cook curry on the regular one day.
Dude, I'll teach you. It takes 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll find
Mixed
something to
good
make
cuisine, what do
It'll
you
be fine.
expect?
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you all for joining. Those of you in the chat and those of you in the VC, I hope you all enjoyed. And until next time, I'll see you guys around. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Very nice, Misc. Very good.